Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anybody hear me now?
Yep, I can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, the mystery mute button got pressed. Sorry about that. All right. So I'll go ahead and start from the beginning here. Let me go ahead and ask and make sure. First of all, did everybody receive the files that I'd sent out last week? I guess I'll ask another way. Did anybody not receive the files I'd sent Friday? Would have included a PDF file, a text file, as well as an RDP file to be able to get in to do our training. Did anybody not receive that? Okay, great. All right, so I'm assuming that everybody has received that then. Okay, good. What we're going to start off with here is I have a PowerPoint that's up and running. We're going to go ahead and start off with a PowerPoint, just to kind of go over some ins and outs of self-help. And then what that will do is just sort of set the stage for some general knowledge and information before we jump in straight into the labs. Just as a point of reminder, all of the labs, let me go ahead and minimize this here for a minute. All of the labs will be done within that RDP, the VM environment that I sent you. Within there, you will see a folder identified for labs, and that's going to be our training files. You'll also have the training guide PDF document version of our lab guide. So I sent it to you separately, as well as it being included within the VM. So you have copies available internally and externally. Okay. You'll be able to take these files later on if you want, and even in your own or your own self-help environment, go ahead and run through the lab separately on your own later on. As part of this training, I do encourage feedback. I do encourage questions. So in this case, silence is not golden. I do encourage this being a participatory course. We will have time for questions and opportunities to go over some scenarios and things like that. So if you do have any questions, please go ahead and speak, and we can answer to those. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the PowerPoint. We'll go through this little outline here, and then we'll jump straight into the labs. Any questions before we get started? Excellent. All right, let's go ahead and get moving on. All right, so this is for EasyVista self-help training. A little bit about me. So I've been with EasyVista for 8 years, coming up on 8 years anyway. I've got a lot of experience in IT, SM, network management, systems management, and all kinds of stuff, things related to IT. I've been in multiple industries, including manufacturing, retail, banking, finance, insurance, all kinds of stuff out there. And through those years, I've accrued different certifications for various needs in my career, including Microsoft, ITIL, project management, things like that. So I do have a pretty good background as well as with knowledge management. So if you have any questions, please be sure to ask, and I can answer those as best as I can here for you. For our agenda, we're going to go over just simply the introduction of self-help, what it's for, what it's about. We'll cover some key concepts with self-help itself as far as the designer goes. We'll go through the platform architecture just so you can see architecturally how communications are performed with self-help. And then we'll get into the actual Design Studio interface, calling out certain areas within that Design Studio. And then we'll cover some definitions and terminology. And then finally, after that, we will jump straight into our labs. All right, so with regard to the introduction, so EasyVista Self-Help is a contextual intelligent knowledge content interface. So what that means is we can provide knowledge content on a general basis, just like anybody else can, of course. What contextual means is we can tailor that to the user, even to the user's responses within that knowledge article. So we can take information such as we know their name, we may know their email address, and we can even take information they've entered or used as part of that procedure or even other procedures and bring that into this particular procedure they may be running at the current time. So it does provide some contextual and intelligent values to the end user. One thing that's very powerful with self-help is we could support a formal diagnostic process to help identify a solution to an issue. A lot of times you'll go through communications with an end user and it becomes mundane to the point where you can walk through it in your sleep to provide direction to an end user on how to accomplish certain steps for troubleshooting or even resolution, knowing that it's going to work at the end. We can actually provide that same series of steps in a workflow style document, if you will, rather than just a Word document. And we can provide pictures, ask for responses, and things like that. So in case there's different inputs that need to be had during that diagnostic process, you can gather that. In the event that it doesn't work, we can even work through self-help to create a ticket in EasyVista Service Manager and bring in all the information that they've entered in that formal diagnostic process. Therefore, you already know the responses they've gone through. In other words, we're getting rid of that level 1 aspect, and we go straight on to the escalation. So this puts us at level 0 and level 1 in being able to troubleshoot and support clients, and then gets us straight on to either a higher level if necessary, if we have to go that route. We can also facilitate access to useful and accurate knowledge. So what does that mean? Well, useful meaning that users are going to want to find. In other words, you're going to have content out there in your knowledge base that just never gets touched because very few people either find value to it or simply don't really use it that much. Let me go ahead and admit somebody here. There we go. Okay, and with regard to that, being able to facilitate access to that knowledge and being accurate so we can utilize reporting within self-help to bring back information of what procedures are commonly used, as well as utilize feedback from end users, letting us know that maybe there's something missing, maybe it's not giving the full information that you might be needing, and therefore that helps you to build out that accurate knowledge. So through that feedback system as well as the reporting, you can develop that access to useful and accurate knowledge. And then providing analytical usage data to support that continual improvement process. So continual improvement, of course, is being able to go back through the knowledge and update it, keep it current, review it, things like that. And we can utilize analytical data for reporting to determine what knowledge processes are helpful, which ones are maybe getting abandoned, which ones are not being used at all. So these are areas to focus on. If it's not being used much, maybe you don't need it, or maybe it doesn't provide the right content for people to find it. So those are two things that you'll need to discover and understand through your reporting tool through various needs, and that way it supports your continual improvement. Some things that self-help can do that we've been able to identify is we can actually lower your service desk calls by as much as 30%, some cases even more, depending upon the type of environment that you have. So with self-help, it provides an area for end users to go to get their own answers. And we're seeing this as different types of users, even generationally, where users are really wanting something more self-help related rather than interacting with a human. They want the information at their fingertips and not having to go ask somebody for it. So that way, when they have access to it, they go use it. And therefore, that reduces those calls to the help desk. Now, the content is, that you're providing out there in order to lower those calls, of course, needs to be at a level that's helpful, not just simple text and things like that. It doesn't provide a lot of, may provide value, but it doesn't provide a lot of attractiveness. And that's one key element as well as the attractiveness. We can reduce time to onboard employees by a large amount. And that can be done through different means. We can even provide training documentation through self-help for new employees. So in other words, now you don't have to spend time with another person shadowing or working through that new employee to get up to speed. You can provide the digital content for their job description, their job function, in order to understand what they need to do on a regular basis, and they can run through that as many times as they need to, so it can be reviewed as often as necessary. And that way, it reduces their onboarding time a significant amount, and they have the information right there at their fingertips. They don't have to wait for somebody to help them or guide them. Decreasing the resolution request time by 20%. What that means is not only are we actually lowering our ticket calls, but we can actually reduce the time that it takes to solve something by a significant amount, because now they have the information at their fingertips and they can fix it on the go. The transfer errors can be reduced by a significant amount. What does that mean? Transfer errors. So when you receive a ticket into the service desk, sometimes you may have to escalate it and then bring it into another group. Now it's up to you as a technician to determine what topic it's going to go under. And hopefully you guess correctly, or maybe you understand the problem correctly, that's going to go to the right place. Occasionally that doesn't happen. And so when it does happen, then it's a mistake. It goes to the wrong group, and therefore it needs to be retransferred to a different group. And that's a transfer error. So how do we control that? In self-help, when a ticket is placed, we control the topic at that point. So as a knowledge writer, as an admin, you have full control over the topic that is going to be placed for that particular scenario. Therefore, it's 100% controlled that it's going to go to the right group based on our service manager configuration for responsible groups of a particular topic. So this is how we can reduce those transfer errors by a significant amount. Key concepts. So our key concepts that we're going to be learning as self-help administrators is, one, you're going to learn how to create and edit knowledge flows. And that's going to allow you to build out your knowledge flow environment and how to structure your knowledge flow. You're also going to learn how to publish and share them. So what that means, as soon as you're done, ready to publish, you can go ahead and publish them out there. And you'll also learn how to prevent some that are not quite ready for consumption, prevent them from being part of the visible access. They'll still be published. They'll still be presented as part of the package, but they will not be accessible by an end user. So we'll show how to do that. And then how those knowledge flows are used, and finally, monitoring and improving those knowledge flows. So those are the areas we're going to be focusing on in our lab exercises, the create and edit knowledge flows, publishing and sharing, using them, as well as being able to monitor and improve them. So how does that work? Well, you're going to go ahead and write the processes, write the diagnostics, provide assistance guides, and those are typically going to be provided either by knowledge experts or by writers as well. So just as a point of contention here, sometimes we find that the expert people are not necessarily the best writers for end user consumption. They may have the greatest knowledge in the world for that process, but they don't always necessarily write the best content. So it's best that we have somebody help with that fulfillment aspect, sort of a go-between, if you will, that does well in writing and being able to produce the content that's digestible by end users. Once we get through all of that, then we go ahead and publish and share it. It then becomes consumable by end users, and therefore they get a chance to go ahead and use it anywhere on any device. That means if they're on their cell phone, they can go ahead and launch a browser, get to self-help, and go through some assistance, some articles there, whether they're on a desktop, a tablet, anywhere. And after that information is done, then we'll want to go ahead and review the content and then improve what can be done either through the comments we receive or through the reporting analysis of what procedures have been run, searches that have been performed, things of that nature. All right, platform architecture. With platform architecture, this is just a brief example of what your architecture would look like for self-help. So what we have is the server environment is going to be held with in an Amazon Web Services environment, okay? And that's going to be held in that right along lines the same way as maybe your Service Manager or Service Apps environment is. So that's going to be accessed, of course, through a port 443 or SSL connection, whether that be through EasyVista itself, maybe through a secondary app, a shortcut on your desktop, whatever it is. You're going to be accessing URLs to gain access to that content as an end user. Separately, we can also utilize REST and SOAP HTTP REST type calls to and from self-help to either gather information from the outside or push information to the outside from within self-help, like creating a ticket, for example, from self-help to Service Manager, or pushing out to some other third-party product to create some object out there, for example. So now, lastly, as a publisher or as a writer, you'll be accessing the Studio. And the Studio is an installed application, and then that application will utilize an HTTPS request to contact the self-help server, and then your app will allow you to create that content. So once you publish, there's two different databases, if you will, one that is an editor mode, one that is a published mode. And the published mode is what allows end users to be able to access the content that's been provided. And the developer mode or writer mode is what your writers will be accessing. All right, this is an example of the Design Studio interface that you're going to be seeing as you go through our training. It has three major sections. The left side is going to be the Explorer side over here with all the different projects and things like that that are going to be out there. Then there's going to be separation between the top right and the bottom right. And in the top right, this is what we consider the design view. This is where you're going to see the workflow steps or knowledge flow steps, all those procedures. So have a start, a stop, just like an EasyVista workflow, for example, and then several series of steps in between. In the bottom section is what we call the description area. The description area is going to be the content for each individual step. So in this case, the user is highlighted on step 1 as indicated by the blue box. Down below is going to be the content for that specific step. And as you can see, we have a visual editor that's down below, very much like just what we call a WYSIWYG editor. What you see is what you get. So you do have access, if you want to get more involved, we do have access to an HTML code viewer in the back end, but generally, as far as our training is concerned, we're going to be sticking here on the front side, being able to change the format. Format options can include H1 for header values, block, different types of paragraphing settings. Those are all read by the skin. We'll get to what skin means here shortly, and that's how it renders to the end user. What style, what size, what format, what coloring, things like that. These types of areas are going to be used. You can also hard code individually, specifically for a format, override the font, override the size, override the bold italic size, and underline, etc., even the coloring. So that way it is set specifically within the procedure versus letting the skin do the overall reading of that. Now, getting more in detail on the Explorer side contains bits of information here that's going to be valuable to you. It's going to contain a folder structure. So at the top level, you have this little briefcase icon. That indicates a project. Each project contains its own individual content of folders, procedures, files, images, etc. it's going to contain a folder structure. The folder structure is really what is required by the skin, and we're going to get to that in a moment. I keep mentioning the word skin. So the Explorer lets you organize all these folders, all these procedures and things like that in a particular order that allows you to see the objects in a particular need, so that way the project will run correctly within the web view environment. Now, above that, we have these different tabs. So the Properties tab, for example, the Properties tab contains properties about that specific element, in which it's going to, I'm missing some information here, but it's going to go ahead and show the details of that particular object. So let me see if I have that written down here on the next tab. There we go. The properties, when you select it, is going to display the information about that specific object. So I go ahead and highlight a particular procedure, for example, and within that procedure, then I have the information about it, such as the description. That's going to be the searchable value of what that particular procedure is all about. Even an alias, you could provide an alias, and I'll get to what that means here shortly. There's different variables and values that help with the virtual agent and things like that along the lines. So there's different values you can use, and you can even create your own property values. Along with it, I don't have screenshots of it here, but you have these other tabs under the properties. For example, uses and used by. The uses and used by shows the relationships of the actual procedure itself, where this procedure is used, and what else is using this procedure. In other words, do we have links between this procedure and other procedures? Finally, there's individual statistics within the actual tool itself that you can run real time on that particular procedure, just to get some data on it, how many times it's been executed, search for, things like that. The Overview tab just simply gives you a visual overview of the entire workflow itself, the entire knowledge flow. You can also zoom in and zoom out on a particular area just within the overview, and that just gives you a broad picture of what the procedure is, what it looks like from a holistical level. When you get into of course, the design view, as we showed back here a little bit a moment ago, the design view gets in more detail about what that specific area does. All right, so again, the design view. So we see, again, a procedure here that's been highlighted. We have a step highlighted, what the step name is, and of course that content for that specific step itself. So this allows you to design and model your procedures as the way you see fit. And in this case, we actually have some options here. There's what we call branches, these two items here. These are called branches. Beyond that, we have sub-procedures. So what this allows us to do, it allows us to not only create a static set of content that belongs to this procedure, but I can provide options that can then go to recycled content, for example. So I don't have to write the same content over and over and over. I can utilize a sub-procedure to recycle that same content as needed. Any questions at this point? All right, some definitions. All right, so let's talk of some definitions about what this environment means. At the top level, we have something called a domain, and we're going to be logging into a domain in our self-help environment. Now, the domain in this case is not the same type of domain structure as it is in Service Manager. It's a totally different concept. So a domain is a box, if you will. Okay, that's the entire box of contents. Now, inside those contents, we might have other related items, such as we're going to have projects within that giant box, that giant domain. Okay? And within that project, it's going to have a series of folders. Within those folders, there's going to be procedures, sub-procedures. What identifies a procedure differently from a sub-procedure is whether or not the procedure is linked to something else. That then becomes a sub-procedure. A sub-procedure can also be its own independent procedure. So we can do looping and restructuring back and forth to allow these procedures to work together. It's also going to contain what we call resources. Those might be images, maybe supporting files, or even just content files. What we call connectors, allowing us to integrate with other sources such as email or REST, or even connecting to Excel or things like that. Different components, and components might be a footer, or maybe it's a form or something like that. Even hyperlinks, things like that might be considered as a resource. Then we have, of course, other projects that sit at the same level. So as you can see, the project itself is its own box that contains its other items. And then each other project is its own box, as well as inside the entire domain. All right, let's get into some details of what those mean. The domain itself was considered an isolated environment. It's going to contain all of the projects. You cannot share items across domains. What that means is I can't share one project across another domain, or even any other objects across another domain. Knowledge writers and groups are given access to each individual domain. So you may be given access to one domain while others are given access to a different domain. That's a possibility. In our standard environment, we have two domains. One's called Sandbox, one is called Production. Contrary to Service Manager, Sandbox is not necessarily your development area and then you just migrate the changes to production. You're going to be working in the same live project all the time when you're working on new content for an active project. You're going to be working in it. And so it's unlike Service Manager where you create your stuff on the side and then merge in the changes. It doesn't work that way. This is a bit different thought process. So in this one, you're actually be working in the live project, creating content, and it's just simply going to not be part of the usable package in a publishing scenario. So when we go publish, you'll see what that means. When we go through there, you'll be working in the live version. What a sandbox is used for, it's a great area for learning. It's a great area for training. And it's not a good area for developing new content to be used in a live project. You want to create those separately. Within the same domain. There's ways to move things back and forth, but it can create some challenges if you're unsure of the expected results that are about to occur. Projects, they are an isolated workspace as well. Now, within projects are going to be procedures. And those procedures can be shared across projects using an alias. So for example, I have this integration EV Service Manager. This contains all the REST calls for Service Manager to be able to create a ticket, access an employee, update an employee, things like that. Well, it's one project and it has several different procedures to do different things. And those procedures have what's called an alias. In other words, it's a friendly name. So it has a main procedure name that we would see, and then inside of there, in the properties, there's an alias. And then that alias is what we use to connect as a sub-procedure to the other projects. That means as I'm creating a procedure within my project and I need to be able to create a ticket, I can call that alias as a sub-procedure within my project, and it goes and creates the ticket just as I need to. That way I don't have to recreate the same content over and over and over again. I just use what's there. Access rights within projects are defined at the project level. What that means is I may have writers that don't have full domain access. They may have just what we call just a writer access, and I just delegate what rights they can do on different projects. I may have different projects for varying purposes out there. So within those access rights, they are delegated at the project level, not at the individual procedure level. So if I give somebody access to help me with a project, I'm not giving access to have them help me with a single procedure. I'm giving them access to help me with the entire project, which means they have access to all the procedures based on the rights that I provide at the project level. The entire project itself is called the publishing unit. What that means is you're not going to publish an individual procedure. You're going to publish the entire project. All procedures that are contained with it go with the entire project as a published unit. If there's a procedure that's not ready for use, we simply make it unavailable for end users to access. It still gets published. It's still out there. It's still part of that published database, if you will, but it is not accessible to end users. It is not searchable. Therefore, I can continue working with it in the next iteration and continue developing it until it's ready. And then once it is ready, then I can make it accessible. As a part of the background processing in this, each version of the project has what's called a uniquely assigned ID. It's essentially a GUID, if you will. And so each one is assigned one as we continue to publish. Now, what that means is that UID is part of the URL, but what we use is when we publish, we use something called an alias, a friendly name for that project. So that way, as we publish, we just access the friendly name going forward, rather than continually having to change the GUID and things like that and making users try to remember a GUID. So we have some different things that we can do to get around that uniquely assigned ID. The reason why we do that, though, is because each iteration is a version. And when we're doing reporting, we're reporting on the version. And so therefore, we're going to have some information on the reporting that does contain some information about that ID that we might need to know. Folders. Folders are kept within a project. They cannot be shared across projects. They are simply just a placeholder. They are used to organize procedures and resources. A theme may also, or skin actually, may use a different folder structure in order to build out the way that it works. So in our example, the evSH theme, or skin, is going to have a first folder. The first folder is the FAQ listing. I just named it top 5 in this case. So it's going to be an FAQ listing, and it's a static list of procedures. There's no folder structure to it. It just is a top-level folder with procedures directly underneath. However, the other folders are going to have sub-regions and sub-folders, and we're going to see how this works out in our labs. So we have to build out that folder structure before we get to the actual permission set for the procedures themselves. Any questions to this point? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Let's keep on going. All right. So procedure itself. So this is an example of an involved procedure. So as you can see, it has different types of steps. We have branches. We have what we call action steps. These are invisible to an end user. They just process something in the background for us. We have actionable steps or usable steps, end user focused steps. We have what we call go-to action steps. And what that means is that these are areas where an end user may end out of, but we're forcing them through these little marker points out a common endpoint. So that way I don't have to build out the structure. I want whatever endpoint they go out of, I want them to be able to go to the same content later on. We're actually going to build an example of this type of workflow that you see on screen as part of our training tomorrow, actually, I believe. So when we get into this, as you're seeing, we get into submit this ticket area, and then we actually create a ticket. And that's the reusable content that makes a REST call back into our EasyVista environment that creates the ticket number. So a procedure can contain loops, steps, branches, endpoints, all kinds of different things. That's not even the different types of steps there are. There's a bunch of different types of steps we can take advantage of. User accessible procedures are directly accessible and searchable by users. What that means is the content inside is totally searchable. If they search for something, it's going to show up on the search list, whether it's the name of the procedure, the content of the procedure, or the description of the procedure. Sub-procedures can be used to recycle the same series of steps and other procedures. For example, creating a ticket. There's a lot of information that goes on in the background of this particular sub-procedure. I don't want to have to recreate it every single step of the time that I use it. So I use it once, give it an alias, and now I can use it across any project in the domain that it's contained in. All right, so procedures can be shared across projects using an alias name. All right, resources. We're going to be creating different resources folders. I usually create one what I call global resources or project resources within my project first, and then I may create other resources folders for the other procedures individually. The reason I do that is so that way I can keep the files associated to the procedures together, whereas others are going to be more global. For example, connectors, sometimes forms, maybe some global types of images. They can be dedicated to the entire project all across the project in various aspects, but there may be some images that are dedicated to a specific procedure, and I don't want them muddying the waters for the global aspects. So I created specific resources just for that project. Now, resources, they are just a folder, but what's contained within them is going to be different types of things, images, forms, connectors, etc. And those objects cannot be shared across projects or domains. They exist in one project and one project only. So within those items, if you have two different projects, they're using the same images, well, you've got to upload them to both projects for them to be used. You can't share those images across different projects. All right, skin. I keep mentioning theme or skin. So this is what drives the appearance of self-help to the end user. So a skin or theme defines how the look and style of a knowledge flow will appear to the end user. The skin itself is a compilation of a bunch of CSS and HTML content. There's other backend content you won't have access to, and that drives the meat and potatoes of the main operation of self-help content. But you can do a lot of information, a lot of changes, just colorization, font changes, controlling the style of fonts, things like that, just with the skin itself. Colors and logos are easily modified to fit the branding requirements, and then the skin requirements determines the folder structure in self-help that you need to create to support that type of skin. So in our evSH, we require actually 4 different levels, and you'll see how that operates. But just to kind of give you an example, we would have Office at the high level, and then below that, we might have Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, things like that at the lower level, right? So we have the application for Office. Below each of those applications, we would have a third level. The third level would be information about the topics of Word. For example, general information, advanced topics, formatting, things like these different types of topical areas within Word itself. Now I'm going to create one last folder called procedures, and that's where the individual procedures exist for the general topics, the advanced topics, and the formatting topics. So I'm sure I'm talking about this in verbally, but we'll see a visual example as we go through our build out. All right, so that ends our discussion here and prepping you for our labs that are coming up. Anybody have any questions before we start getting into the labs? Questions? All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. So go ahead and get logged into your RDP environment if you haven't already. Let me know when you have the desktop up. Once you do, you're going to go ahead and launch this evSH Foundation Training PDF guide. It's going to open up in Chrome, which is just fine. We'll go ahead and open up that in Chrome. Hopefully that works here. There we go. It's got an embedded reader. There we go. Takes a while to render and display. Let me know when you get to the desktop and you're able to launch this PDF file.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
Ready.
Great, thank you.
Ready?
Yeah. Excellent, thank you.
Good.
Ready
Okay.
here?
Good, good.
Yeah, good. Ready to go here.
Okay, great. All right, excellent, thank you. Okay, all right, so we've got everybody up and running here on the PDF file. So this is our training guide, and again, I sent you a separate copy. So if you want to utilize it outside of your VM, you can load it up on a second monitor or something like that if you have access to that, and that way just sort of keep it in the background. All right, so scrolling through here, we have quite a bit of content to go through. Let's see, here we go. So within our table of contents here, we've got a bit of information to get through. I'm going to skip to the beginning or just to another section here. We don't have to worry about installing the tool. It's already installed on the VM environment. So the only thing we have to worry about is logging in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go straight into Lab A on page 10 here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create what we call a simple knowledge flow. It's going to create a single procedure or a series of steps. We have another exercise we're going to be doing later on that's going to create simply another procedure. We'll show how to create sub-procedures, and then we're going to show how to utilize sub-procedures as simply as like menu items or even clickable images. So we'll be able to show some, just within the first few labs, some pretty powerful features of self-help. All right, we're going to go and start with creating our first project. So just so you know, we're going to start our first project. We'll go ahead and start working in the environment. To start your environment, there is an icon on the desktop. and it is called evSH Self-Help Studio EN. Once you locate it, go ahead and launch it. Okay, take a moment for it to get to the desktop here, or to the login, I mean. And this should put you right at the login, and password's already pre-filled. If you happen to clear it out, I think it's the exact same name as the username, so it's expert for the login, expert for the password, if you happen to clear it out by accident, but this should already be pre-saved for you. Once you receive the login authentication screen, simply click on OK. And that should log you into the training environment. Let me know once you receive the display screen for self-help. That'll be a series of pictures and stuff.
Got it.
Great.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Yep, got it.
Okay, great. Once you get there, go ahead and click the Access the Studio button. Big green button. And this will bring you straight into the studio. Okay. All right, once the studio is up and running, you're going to be put into the Explorer tab. So the Explorer tab, just as you remember from our PowerPoint, this is where the projects are stored. Each individual project has its own series of folders. If I expand a set of folders, you'll see that it has more folders underneath, further on down to the topic level of that particular object, and then down into the procedures area. Yep. All right, so we have lots of different options available just within this demo knowledge base. This actually has some good information, some fun stuff in there. We're going to be creating our own knowledge base, but we're going to come back to this one later just so you can see an example of how this would be executed. But for now, we're going to go ahead and follow our guide. Go ahead and collapse all your projects just so that way you have a clean listing here. So in order to start using your guide, simply click on File, New, and then select Project. You're going to be asked to provide a project name. For our environment, we want to use, we're going to go ahead and use lab underscore and then your initials. Lab and then my initials. Go ahead and click Finish. And that will create the project. Go ahead and expand the project once it is created, and you're going to see we start off with a couple of objects right off the bat. I'll go over what these are here. Let me know when you have the project expanded, and we'll cover those topics.
All set.
Okay.
Yep, good to go.
Great.
Good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All set.
Okay. All right, within the project itself, there's going to be two folders that exist right off the bat. One is called Library, one is called the Project Recycle Bin. The recycle bin is just like a Windows recycle bin, for example. So if you delete something in the project, it's not permanently deleted. It goes into this recycle bin. You have until the next publishing cycle to recover it, and it will put it back exactly where it came from, folder structure and everything. So if you created something the exact same name, it's going to create a duplicate of it. It won't overwrite it. It'll be the exact same name with a 2 in parentheses, for example. So that is a way to recover. Once you publish, though, the recycle bin has to be empty. And so if whatever you've deleted will be gone and gone forever at that point. You'll also notice we have a library folder. The library folder is where different built-in macros and variables are included, as well as user-created macros and variables can be created for the project itself. So we'll have an opportunity to create a couple through our life cycle here with this particular lab, or at least this particular project anyway. So you'll see how some of these work. The project name itself. Notice it has a v1.0. You'll see some others have like a v2.0 or v3.0. This is the iteration, the version that is in design. So since it is 1.0 in design, that means this has never been published. The ones that have 2.0, that means they have at least one version published since they are on version 2.0. Whenever you publish, it always goes up one full version number. So when we publish this, our next version will be a v2.0 in the designer, and in the publish mode will be the v1.0. So you always get the most recent version in the editor. This is not user accessible. None of this is user accessible. It is in design. It is not user accessible until we walk through the publication wizard. All right, let's go ahead and create our project folder structure. So within our guide, it has us go ahead and create 3 folders by right-clicking on the project, select New Folder, and then create the folders just as their name. So within parentheses, brackets, you're going to put an A. We're going to go and call this Top 5 FAQ. We can name it whatever we want, but we're going to call it Top 5 FAQ in this case. Then a B, Lab A, and then Project Resources. Go ahead and create those 3 folders. Let me know when you're done.
Done.
Okay.
Three folders created.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Done.
Great. Thanks. All right. All right, with the folders created, this is just our first foray into folder creation. We're going to be creating another series of folders later on as we go through the project. We're also going to be doing some additional subfolders here on the project resources in just a moment, but I do want to talk a little bit about the folder structure. So folder structure, what you're noticing is we're having these brackets and some value in the brackets. What that is for self-help to properly align the folder structure within the designer itself. As you'll notice, if I left these things as alphabetical order, that means my Lab A would be first, my project resources would be second, and my top 5 FAQ would be last. And in talking about folder structures, the very first folder that self-help reads according to the skin is always this FAQ listing, that static listing of procedures. That means that my Lab A, which wouldn't have a static listing, would have a folder structure and actual other procedures that are going to be useful to us within there, which means it would be a broken result. So the way that we organize this is utilizing the brackets and put some value in the brackets to help organize. You can use numbers, you can use letters, you can use whatever you like within the brackets. You just want to maintain consistency of whatever style you try to use. So in our case, through the years of experience that I've had with this, I have found that it's easier to use alphabetical listing rather than numeric. Numeric just gets a little bit troublesome to manage. If you decide that you want to put other folders, in other words, if you want to leave room for other folders that may come into play and you want to reorganize them a little bit differently, you can skip letters, or if you want to use numbers, you can skip number sequences and things like that, and allow them to restructure as needed. But it's always best to use these values. Whatever's in these brackets will not display when the skin runs. It won't read that value, but it will organize it according to the way it's displayed within the tool. So we want this top 5 FAQ first. We want this Lab A to be the very first diveable folder. And then our project resources is just going to be containing different resources. It won't necessarily contain usable or user accessible procedures, so to speak. To give you an example, I'm going to expand the demo knowledge base. And so I talked about that top level, right? So I have this new use cases, and that just has procedures straight off the bat. That's what that's for. Whereas the others, they all have different folder sets. So we're organizing this in a specific way to provide information to our end user. Notice I have Office, social media network apps, and then I have business apps, IT equipment. Now I've got these other folders that are out here, but I've put them in a specific order that either these are commonly asked organizational type questions. In other words, these are the areas that people most access. And job aids and Easy Vista might be on the lower end, whereas social media network and Office questions are the most common that come in. So therefore, I'm putting them more closer to the top, easier to access. Within Office itself, I'm dividing it by maybe some FAQ topics or even by application. And then within the application, the general topics of that application, getting started with Word, formatting, advanced functions, things like that. And each area is going to have its own set of procedures relating to that topic. So that's the way our default skin works for self-help. It has a top level, followed by the lower level, the diveable level, in other words, and then a subtopic of that type of area. So the main idea, the topic, subtopic, and then the detail, which is the procedure itself. Any questions on that?
No.
All right, very good. We'll see this in action as we begin to build out our project here. I promise it gets a little bit more exciting. All right, let's see. Under our project resources folder, what I would like you to do is go and create 3 separate folders: connector, forms, and images. And once you do that, go ahead and then hide the project resources folder. The way we do that is simply right-click on the project resources and select hide. And what that means is anything below there, procedure or anything, that accidentally gets set as a user accessible procedure, for example, it will be invisible to the end user. Okay, so we may put procedures in here that may be globally accessible as sub-procedures, but they're not user accessible. And so we hide that folder to prevent any mistakes from happening there. So let's go ahead and create our sub-level folders under project resources. So simply right-click on project resources, select new folder, and then I guess in any order, really, it doesn't matter because it'll sort alphabetically. So images, connectors, or connector, however you want to put that. And then the last one, I think, was forms. Yeah. And then right-click on the project resources folder again, and you'll have a hide this folder option. You'll see that it changes the icon of the folder from a white icon to sort of a blackish icon with a graphic in the middle of it. With all your resources folders that you'll be creating throughout this lab section, make sure that you're hiding those resources folders as a matter of practice. Again, just to prevent accidental access to procedures that might be in those resources folders. When we put something in resources, we don't expect it to be user accessible. We expect it to support the procedure, not be the procedure. All right, our next step is going to go ahead and create the structure under the Lab A folder. So we're going to create a Labs folder and then a procedures and sub-procedure links. You should be able to copy and paste into the naming if it makes it easier for you straight from this guide. But we're going to go and create the Lab A in brackets, labs, and then A, procedures and sub-procedure links, followed by procedures and resources at the lower level there at the same level. Let me know when you get done creating that folder structure, compare it against the graphic, and make sure it's correct. Remember to hide your resources folder once you create it. Let me know when you've got through that folder structure, and you compare it against the graphic in the guide, and you've got it correct.
Done.
All set. Good to go.
Done. Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next section then. What we're going to do, after we've created this folder structure, we're going to actually move back up to the top 5 FAQ. We're going to create a procedure there, and you're just going to call it with an A bracket. You're going to call it Hello World. It's going to end up with the start and stop. All I want you to do is insert a step, and then just simply type in Hello World, make it a heading 1 from the formatting listing, and then close the procedure. And then we're going to go ahead and launch it separately. So, but anyway, go ahead and go through that. So steps, what is that, 9 through 14? Let me know when you get done through steps 9 through 14, and then we will go ahead and move on. Okay.
Complete.
Thank you.
Done.
You're good to go.
All right, great.
Done too.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So after you close it out, what we're going to do is we're going to look at one of the new features here in self-help. This is allowing us to see the different statuses, allowing for approvals to occur for new content. So we're going to switch back over to my environment here. Along the top area where that has the tabs for Explorer Properties and Overview, there is these other tabs for changing the language, switching the link with the editor, things like that. There's also check boxes with circles. And if you drop down on it, the first option there is Show Status with a bunch of gray dot options. Go ahead and select Show Status. What that's going to do is any procedure or object that has been created, it's going to be identified with a draft status. Okay? Now, that draft status can be changed through multiple means. We can go ahead and send an approval to the writers, all the ones that are designated as approvers, and then they can go and receive an email of what the procedures are that need to be reviewed, and then ultimately go through the tool to approve them. So if this were to be done this way, what we could do is right-click on the project itself, and there is a Request Changes Approval wizard. What that does, it sends out an email to the approvers asking them to go ahead and review the objects and procedures that have been requested for approval. This is cut off a little bit here, but it does, in other words, we are waiting for to be approved. That's our current status. So we're waiting for to be approved. Now they're going to receive an email. They're going to go ahead and log into the tool, review everything that's to be approved. And then once they do so, they then have the ability to either approve or reject changes within the project itself. So if they approve changes, then it simply moves to an approved status. Anything else created after this point then is a draft. If I modify this procedure, it becomes a draft, and the approval cycle will be need to be triggered again. The approval cycle, just so you're aware, is purely optional. You don't have to run through it if that's not part of your business process. You can simply publish without having to go through the approval process. We'll see how that works here in just a few moments when we publish our first project. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and just modify our procedure real quick, just so you can get an example of what this status means at the end here. Open up your Hello World procedure one more time. And go ahead and access your Hello World step, and right under the title that you put into the description area, simply just put in, "This is my first procedure." There's a save button. It's really hard to see here, at least on my version it is. I think there's a way to change that. I'll show you that in a minute. Go ahead and save, and then simply close out the top level. And once you do so, you'll notice that the value for the status is now draft, no longer approved. And that's because the last approved edition has been modified. Therefore, we'd have to go through an approval cycle again. We're not going to go through that. All right, let me know when you're ready to publish, and we'll walk through the publishing wizard.
Ready. Yep.
Ready.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and right-click on your folder, your project name. Go down to about the middle there, and there's going to be this Publish Wizard button. Go ahead and select the Publish option. Now, because this contains now a draft, you're going to be notified that some procedures were not validated. Do you still want to publish? Well, yeah, this is our optional area. This is how we bypass the approval process. There is a checkbox down here that says Force Publication. Go ahead and select the box, and then you will get the option to move forward. This is how we bypass the approval process. So we go next. And then we can go ahead and add our different groups. In this case, we're just going to add public, but these groups can come from varying sources. They can be statically created and managed within self-help. We can even bring in groups from Active Directory and utilize those groups as permission sets against different procedures in the same project. So that way, if a specific procedure is more technician-oriented rather than user-oriented, we can allow agents, for example, to be part of the same publishing group and target that procedure to look at only the agent's group, the members of that group. Everybody else, it's visible. If you're not part of the agents group, it's invisible to you. So there's some real value here that we can utilize to create a good matrix of procedures accessible to multiple types of people. All right, go ahead and select public and simply click on the arrow right to move it over. That's all we need here. Go ahead and select next. And this is where we select our end user executable procedures. Anything without a checkbox is not selectable. It's not executable directly by an end user. That doesn't mean it's not accessible. That just means an end user can't find it and select it and run it directly. So sub procedures may not have checkboxes because they're executed by another procedure. But end user accessible procedures have to have a checkbox. And sometimes, and when we're going to go through our lab, you're going to see some of these checkboxes will be here automatically. And I'll show you how that's going to occur. For now, we're going to go ahead and statically set that value. I'm just going to set the lowest end, and it automatically goes right up the chain. Notice without that checkbox there, I can't move forward. That's because there's no procedures. When I do check it, then I get the option to move forward. The other thing I want you to take note of, we've created this Lab A structure with different folders, but it's not in my publishing window. Anybody want to guess why not? Yeah, so the hidden value doesn't necessarily mean anything as far as it not showing up in the publishing section, but the fact that there is 0 procedures within our folder structure, that's the case. That's the reason. Since there's no procedures, I have no procedures to select. That's why there's no folder structure here. That will change here in just a few moments. We're going to be creating some procedures there. But this is the reason I wanted to bring this up, just so that way if you see a folder structure that is in your self-help environment, but never shows up in your publishing unit, that means that there's 0 procedures to publish in that folder structure. All right, let's go next. All right, so this is an area where you can type some information about this specific version. We're going to go through this for every version we publish. So if we make changes and we have to publish it in order for those changes to be user accessible. If we add a whole bunch of new procedures, we got to publish it so the users know it's there or can even access it. Remember, anything in this studio side is not accessible to end users. They can't find it. All right, so new version description, you provide just a value that's purely optional. I'm not going to provide anything here. Our new version alias, I'm going to recommend we put an alias here just so you can see what the URL is going to look like before and after when we go through our publishing section later. So I'm just going to go ahead and just use my initials, BD, just to make it easy. In the version history, you want to go ahead and keep the next version of the project in the workspace if you intend on growing this out. So we've only made 1 procedure. We intend on making more. So yes, the next version, version 2, I want to be in the editor so I can continue working with it. Then we have different radio button options. We have a radio button option for publish and replace, which means whatever's out there, we're just going to simply replace it, and this is going to be the new version. We have another one for publish and activate. What that means is there's going to be potentially 2 different active versions out there, a previous version and a new version. That can be a problem. Another option is publish but don't activate. So I want to publish it. I do want it available, but I'm not ready to make it available. So it's going to be in the publishing side, but it's not going to be activated, which means the old version is still in play. And then manually, I can switch it over at my leisure. Most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, you're going to be using the very first option, publish and replace. That's the standard operation for just about every single occasion. The reindex the published version. Always make sure this is enabled. If you forget this, that means, or if it's unchecked for some reason, that means all the content and all of your procedures, you could just go haul off and publish 100 procedures, none of it is searchable because it wasn't reindexed. So when we re-index it, we're actually building up the text indexes for it, so that way the content is searchable. So if this is unchecked and nobody can find anything, that's why. You've got to make sure that it's properly properly indexed, which means you'd have to go publish it again and then re-index. It would let you know also what version is going to be out there. We only have one at this point. We will show different versions as we go through our life cycle for this training period. And then the last option down here is automatically switch to the publication perspective when finished. I usually don't select this one. We're going to leave this deselected so that way I can show you how to switch it over. Let's go and go next. And then next we have our publishing options. So we have a timer on this. We can either publish now, which means obviously go right now. We can also publish at some point in the future. And if we do publish at some point in the future, we can also prevent modifications before publishing. What that means, if I don't want to publish it until tonight, let's say at 9 p.m., right? Then that means if I select this box and the publish at, that means nobody can make any changes to the project in the editor mode until after 9 p.m. And that may be a problem. I may not want to do that. These things all coincide with how you're going to publish within your publishing cycle within your organization. Every organization is different in how they approach this. For the most part, most of my customers that I run through, they just opt to publish it now, and then that gives them the ability to go back and do the publish and replace, right? So publish and replace. Whatever's the old one, we now have a new one. So whatever content is out there, we're now refreshing with brand new content. And we're doing this on a regular basis, whatever that basis is. Okay, and so when we publish it, we expect it to be available immediately. We have another option down here to send an email. To be fair, very few of my customers actually use this feature. This will send an email to everybody, all users in self-help, letting them know that there is a new version published. You can't control who this goes to, but you can control the content. So you can you can change the subject, you can change the body, but essentially it does go to everybody, and you can't control who it does and does not go to. So most of my customers don't use this. They just let people discover on their own. They're publishing often enough that people are using it often enough, and they get updated content. If there's a reason to communicate, they'll go ahead and communicate. All right, we'll go ahead and click finish. That will initiate.
Does caching cause problems where the local browsers, are holding old content? Is that a common thing?
I guess I will say on occasion. And when that does occur, if I have a logged on session, if I'm just clicking around, it won't automatically update until I just go press F5 to force a browser refresh. But I don't have to go clear my cache.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so in our publisher, or in our editor here, we now see that our lab folder is now, or lab project is now v2.0. So it's been published. So version 1.0 is out there. So the way we switch to the different environment is simply go to mode, and you'll see that we have different modes out there: edit, publish, admin, even a web studio. We'll get to that late tomorrow. Let's go ahead and switch over to the publish mode. All right, once you switch over, you will have a folder in here that's called Published Projects. If you expand it, you should see your lab project that's out here. If you expand it, you will see the versions that have been published, and the versions will continue to grow. Previous ones having a red X on them saying they're disabled, and there should only be one that should ever have a green checkbox. The green checkbox indicates that it is active. You should only ever have one active. All right, go ahead and click on your lab version that's out there, lab version 1.0. We're going to take a look at the details on the right. All right, once that is selected, over to the right-hand side, I have my alias here. I can change my alias. So even though I published it with one, I can go ahead and change it to something else if I wanted to. And I can do that on the fly. If I also forget to add an alias, I can come in here and add one without causing an issue. Okay, so that way, at least if I forget it, I don't have to go back to republish. I can just come in here and set the alias, and then the alias becomes available as part of the URL. I can also see the user groups that have been applied to this. Now, I don't think I can add additional ones here. Can I? That's new. Okay, cool. So yes, we can add additional groups. If you forget to add one, you can add one and therefore call it back out and give them the different types of options available to them. You can also remove groups if you so choose. In other words, one got added by mistake, you can go remove them. Then there's different quota values and statistics that are out here for the project itself and how that information is run. So in other words, you can get report information on the fly for this project just through the studio itself. All right, now how to access this project. We're going to generate a URL. To generate a URL, right-click on the published version, the active version. And there is a generate portal link option within the context menu. Select that option. It's going to bring up the portal link wizard. Let me know when you have the portal link wizard up and running.
Yep, got it.
Got it too.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. All right, so choosing a skin. If you drop down, you'll have some skin options that are out there. We're going to go ahead and just leave it at evSH custom skin. This is our common skin that we use for desktop and mobile environments and things like that. The evSH SA-like, this is one that is used in service apps. It's a bit more condensed than the full desktop version, so it shows up much better within a service apps page or service apps environment. So we're going to leave ours at evSH. Custom portal, I recommend to go ahead and select that, especially if you have an SSO environment. You're going to need to select the custom portal option so that way SSO does process correctly. Below that area, we have two different login options. We have a show login page or an auto login. In some environments, you can create a user that is considered what we call maybe a public user. And that public user allows access for a particular project, for example, to be published and then utilize that public user to access that project. So this might be publicly consumable content. In other words, I could publish a self-help project and direct my external customers there for information about how to get help through customer service, maybe how to troubleshoot different types of product information, maybe how to navigate our phone system, whatever the case may be. Then I can provide a self-help content environment just for that. And it's publicly accessible content, doesn't require any sort of end user login. For our environment, we're going to go ahead and keep it to show login. It's internal. Now, down below, I do have different checkboxes. The first one is called cannot select another project. What this does, it prevents a user when they access my project, they can't go back to a root listing and they cannot go access another project. So I'm going to prevent them from doing so. I want the same in my project and my project only. As I'm clicking options, notice the URL changes. Okay? As I add options, notice the URL changes. We're going to go over some of these options. Use the last project version. I want that to be true. So in any case, I want to make sure that the latest version is always being selected automatically through the URL call. I want to restrict alias redirection to published resources. So there's some question marks on these things, and if you simply hover over if this button is checked, excuse me, the portal will use the aliases in their published version. What that means is that if I have links using aliases, then it's going to utilize those aliases in their published version, so that way they can properly be linked. If not, then I want to use the name only. Again, I usually leave this one checked as well as the first three are going to be checked. And lastly, the last one, all four checkboxes I ensure are always checked. This creates the shortest URL possible with the most restriction possible, restriction and functionality. All right, with all four checkboxes checked, I have a generated URL to access my project. And yes, it is kind of long, but it is useful. So of course, the first part of this up to the .com, this is just my base self-help URL. Yep, every customer is going to have something like this. That's going to be the base URL. Then I get into this custom evSH. When I'm using custom, what that indicates is that, first of all, custom portal checkbox has been checked. And then whatever is after that, the next slash, is going to be based on the skin. So if I change my skin, for example, you'll see that evSH is going to change. It's now evSH underscore SA underscore like. Okay, so it's changing with the skin name. What that means, I don't have to necessarily go to the publishing wizard. I can change it right in the URL if I want to see what a different skin looks like. Just so you are aware, you have the capability of changing this. If we run this and change the skin name in the URL browser, I can run a different skin. Then after that, I have this question mark and some different values. So I have a cannot select version equal true. That relates specifically to utilize last project. I'm sorry, cannot select another project, sorry. So that one utilizes the cannot select another project. So I would deselect it and it goes away. If I select it, it comes back. Then I have a last version equals true. That one relates to using the last project version, which means I use the latest version available. So I'm forcing this to utilize the latest project version. And then after that, I'm using my alias. So it's calling out the domain name / alias. And it always calls out the domain name because I could have in the other domain a same alias. And so if I don't separate that by domain name, then I could have a conflict. So I want to make sure that I'm truly separating that. So this is a fully formatted domain that or URL that we would see in self-help. Just a little bit of information so you know. When you are using the alias always uses the latest version available. So technically, I would not need to use select last version, and that just reduces the URL just a little bit. You could publish these as favorites into people's browsers. You could place links out there, hyperlinks, and the hyperlink doesn't change. It's always the same. Even no matter how many times you publish from version 1 to version 100, it's the same. As long as my alias stays the same, it's always going to use whatever latest version is out there. And even if you're publishing a URL through a hyperlink or something like that, you can always enable all four options, which I usually do. This way, it ensures no matter what, it's always going to use the latest version available. Any questions to this point? Yeah. All right. So what I would like you to do, go ahead and simply save this right now. Just go and click on save. What this is going to do is going to save a text file and just go and put it out on your desktop. And you can go ahead and change the name, whatever you want to change it to. I'm just going to call it self-help project. .txt. Got to add the txt, otherwise it doesn't add anything. And go ahead and save it. What that does, now I have this URL saved on my desktop as a txt file. Okay. I can also launch the URL right from here, or I can simply copy the value straight to my clipboard and send it out wherever I want to go. We can go and launch it right here. Let's go and click on the launch. So that's going to open up a new tab. And it's going to ask for a login and password. I think it's already filled in with expert and expert, so you should be able to simply click the enter button here to move on. And this is what our project looks like so far. Not very exciting yet. Let me know once you get your URL up and running, and I'll go over the little bits and pieces on this.
I'm there.
Okay.
Yep, good to go.
Good.
Okay. All right. All right, so this is the typical landing page for self-help that you're going to see. This is the evSH skin. So on the top left, we have a logo here, and then right below that, we're going to have a little navigation area. So it always starts off with home. As we go into different projects, there's going to be a folder structure, a navigation folder structure that will show up over here. This is how users would navigate to different areas, including going back home to the original landing page. To the far right-hand side of that, I have the actual project name, what my user is, as well as my current language that I'm operating under, what groups I have access to, and then also anything related to my displays. In other words, I could change my display type over here on the bottom left. We don't see anything here, but I could change my display type. And then lastly, an exit button. Below that is going to be a search box that has an area that I can simply search in. If I had other projects, I can go and search. Outside of that, I have what we call a news section. I'll show you the news project here in just a moment. And then lastly, I have my Hello World. That's in my top 5 FAQ. Remember our folder name? That's where that folder name comes from. Know why we don't put any folders on the top 5 FAQ? Because it's looking for procedures right off the bat. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the Hello World. When it launches, it should give me my procedure information and content. There we go. There's my H1 value. There's my text value. Notice it's giving me my folder structure, top 5 FAQs. So I can click either next to finish. That kicks me out and puts me back into the folder structure of top 5 FAQ. That's where it last executed. So it puts me to the folder where my procedure resides that I just executed. To get back home, I use the navigation links. Click on the home, and now I'm back to the home page for the self-help project. All right. Any questions at this point? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Good question. So if I tick that out and try to run this as it is, what I get, you'll see that I have, it launches me into my listing of projects. So when I go into my lab, what I'm expecting, it's not there. There's this little, I'm going to go back here. What typically shows up if I don't set that, okay, let me go ahead and run it without it, the whole thing here. Stand by. So I'm going to select that and launch the portal that way. I get this little arrow out here, and that lets me change the project. It's not a back arrow, because what happens is people start launching things, and then they click this thing thinking it's a back arrow. What happens when they do that, it goes to change projects and kicks them out into the project listing for whatever project their group access may have access to launch. And yeah, they can. There's usually not much harm in it because, again, it's based on their group access. So if it's public, it's public. Everybody in my self-help environment has access to it. Now, if I publish it just to agents, if they're not in the agent group, it won't appear in this list. They won't have access to it. So they would only have access to the projects they would be able to access anyway. The reason I deselect it is it's not a security mechanism. It's to prevent confusion on when they're running their project, when they're in their environment. That way they don't have the accidental, oh, look, I'm going to click the back button. It's not a back button because it looks like one, but it's not one. So I use it to prevent that confusion. It's not a security mechanism. They're going to have access to all the whatever projects they have access to. They are visible to them, but there's no damage they can do by launching one. Okay. All right. Hang on. I'm going to place you on hold here for just 1 second. I'm going to take just a short 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I am back.
I have one question.
Yeah.
When you generate a URL, you access the site and you got a redirect with the GUID.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, user will probably bookmark that page. Is it a problem? Because we're not using the alias anymore.
Yes, it is a problem. So if this is not selected, if I'm not using the alias and I have this option provided,
Mm-hmm.
I'll copy that and paste that in, right? So let's put that out here. Okay, even if I don't have the cannot select version, I can't go back.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm accessing this version, as soon as I publish again, this ID will change, and they'll get an error. It won't be accessible.
Okay.
So that's why I choose to put in, even if you're not using an alias, especially if you're not using an alias, always use the last project version. So that way, and if I go and launch it again in another tab, that way, even if they do favorite this, even though this is here, as long as this project exists in the history, it's always going to say latest version always true based on this version. If they can find this version of the published history, then it's going to go to the latest published, and they'll get the content.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So even if you're not going to use an alias, then always make sure that the use latest version is always selected. All right. That guy. Okay. All right. Very good. Let's go ahead and continue on. Okay. So we got through our first publication. Not too difficult. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about permissions with these projects, just so you can see what we're looking at here. All right. So let's go ahead and switch back over to our edit mode. So under the mode menu, simply click edit. And go ahead and click on the properties tab. When you have your lab project selected, simply click on the properties tab. And there is a writers tab from there. Let me know when you have that selected.
Yep, good to go.
Yep. All right. So I have all these listed users out here, and you'll see the permissions that each one of them has. Each one of them has read-only at this point. So even if they log in, even if there's an admin user as part of my writers, they have access maybe to another project. They don't have full domain access. They're just being given ability to manage specific projects. So in this project, they have read-only. What that means is they can look at the procedures and they can look at the content. They just can't change a thing. So if I wanted to provide information, for example, for any of these, so maybe this Eddie guy here, I can go ahead and change the permissions, change status and access rights, and I can change from read-only to maybe read, write, and approve, or even read, write, and approve and publish, give them all access, or just read and write. So now when I do so, read and write, now they're given access to help me write content. They can go and edit any procedure in the project at this point, and they can create new procedures and new content within the project. If I give them the ability to read, write, and approve, that also means that they can act as as an approver as well. Anybody who has the approve permission gets the email that is sent out to the approvers. Okay, so these guys won't get that email. They can't send that email either, but they can't get the email. This person will get the email and can also send. All right, so this is just a way to control the access rights to the project. So there's different ways that you can also provide access to. Of course, granting read, write, approve, and publish. That's all permission to the project. I mean, they have everything they can do with the project. You can also simply remove a user by clicking on the X to remove access. And therefore, this user would no longer have access whatsoever to this project. It would be completely invisible and not even in the editor for them. So when you remove somebody, or if they don't have access to it, it's not that they get a access denied error. It just doesn't show up. It's completely invisible to them. They don't even know what they're missing. Okay. So user permissions are permissions for editors anyway, are handled through the project level under the Writers tab. And you may end up having to manage, depending upon how large your group is and how large your writer sections are, you may have to go ahead and do that. You're going to have a couple that are going to be what's considered domain managers. In other words, they can manage the entire domain, and you're going to have users that are like that. You will never have to apply them permissions because they have full access to everything in the entire domain anyway. But you may have other writers that only have access to maybe read content or create content or something like that. And for those users, you'll have to manage permissions within the projects that you want them to help on. Any questions so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have an approval for deleting content?
No.
Okay.
No,
so if
no.
the writer has write access, he can delete.
Correct.
Content. Right.
Yeah. If a writer has read-write access, then they can also delete. Now, when they do delete, it will go into the recycle bin, the project recycle bin. So it's not a permanent delete unless so if I just I'm going to delete this folder, for example, just to give you an example here. So I'm going to delete this folder. It's actually in my recycle bin. So I can restore it if I needed to. If I find it down there, I can restore it. Now, if I do go publish, I'm going to also show you what happens when I publish. I'm going to get to the end here. Going to let me know. Trash will be emptied before publication of this working version. Do you want to proceed anyway? So that let me know right here at the end, okay, I've got something in my recycle bin that maybe I didn't know was there. So I can simply say no, cancel my publication, and then go back and review what's in the recycle bin. And if I find something valuable in there, find out what happened, then I can go ahead and simply restore that if I needed to.
Okay.
So this, yeah, I can restore it, and it goes back to where it came from, exactly back to where it came from. Now, like I said, if somebody recreated the object, it now is two. It would be two side by side. It doesn't overwrite.
Okay, thank you.
All right. A couple notes when creating admin accounts. Let's go ahead and switch over to the admin mode. You will need to create admin users by hand. Or you'll need to create writers by hand. You will have writers, of course, that are going to become users and consumers of self-help. And if you're using SSO, those users are going to be automatically synchronized into the system. However, those accounts cannot be used to log into the studio. The studio requires a static login password. And an SSO account, of course, is not. There is no password associated to it. It uses the SSO mechanism to provide that access. So in order to provide users with access to participate as writers, you will have to create them as users. And what I recommend doing is when you do so, don't utilize the same information as what would be in their SSO. For example, their username might be their email address. Do not create the username the same thing as the email address. You'll run into some challenges with those users. So what I would suggest, let's go ahead and create one just to give you an example. Right-click on users, select new, and then user. And we would create a new user. So you can create a new user for yourself just so you can see how this would be done. You can create a new user, or you can find an existing user to create it within this domain. In other words, it was maybe created in another domain. You can also recreate that same user in another domain by using the find user. That means you have to have access to both domains to do so. Select the appropriate personal title, then go ahead and fill in the first name and last name. You can provide this. You can provide an email address, and it can be the same email address as an existing SSO user. That can occur. Where the real difference comes in is going to be the login. So if their SSO account uses email address as the login, do not use the same value here in login. What I typically do is a shortened version of that name and then add -admin at the end of it. This lets me separate admin users, studio writers, from other users very quickly. That's my typical thing that I usually do. I don't see very many SSO systems or other user systems operate that way. I keep this with a -admin at the end, depending on how you want to format the login. And then, of course, go ahead and set some sort of a password, whatever password that may be. And then you can go ahead and from there, we would go ahead and select rights. Don't select any of these options when you're creating a user account. We click next, you have the ability to set different rights, and they are increasing upon the other. So you don't have to select all four. You would just select one of the check boxes as needed. There are some needs to select others. So I can go ahead and select create and delete. I can do that. I can simply do read, which allows read-only access. I can also select manage the domain. And what that means is I can do all of the above. I can create, delete, and read. So depending upon the type of user you're creating, maybe you want to go ahead and select read, and that's fine. They can read the entire domain. Or maybe you don't want to give them any kind of read access whatsoever. You're going to target which projects you want them to see to be able to edit anyway. Yep, so there's different ways to do that. So if I leave this unchecked, finish, that creates a user account. Now I can see what the writer rights are along the tab for that user. Looking at the writer rights, I can see that there are no selections. That means this user basically has no rights within the domain. As a writer, they would have no rights. That means I'd have to go to different projects and give them direct access to those projects of what I want them to work with. Group memberships, however, those determine what published projects they would have access to. So as this user right now has 0 group permissions, that means this user would not have access to any published projects. So I would have to go ahead and manage and add this user to varying groups. So for general public access for anything that's accessible to everyone, I can go ahead and add them to the public group, or I can add them to other types of groups as needed. I'm just going to add this user to the public group. Now that user is a member of public. I can always come back and add additional rights as needed. Statically created users for writers have to be managed manually. The SSO writers, however, not SSO writers, the SSO users can be managed through their Active Directory permissions for, I say permissions, really for group memberships. If you're managing groups that way, you can always manage them that way. By default, we can always bring in every single SSO user to what we call the public group. So you don't have to go manage your thousands of users out there to be part of the public group. It can come in automatically that way. So that way we can apply that permission directly. So by default, they will be able to access all publicly available content based on your login access, of course, but they will identify all publicly accessible content based on the publishing aspect. If you utilize your Active Directory groups for varying permissions, we can bring those in, and again, those can be applied to the SSO user. But remember that when you create writers, you will have to create writers by hand, and you will have to manage them by hand. Any questions at this point?
How would you add them to an additional group besides public?
And you go back up here at the top right, there's a little group icon. And clicking that icon allows me to add to additional groups as needed. I want to add them to agents, on agents and finish, and now the user is part of agents and public. You'll see this little icon show up in here in varying cases, but always look to the top right for some of the property access, I guess you could say.
Thank you.
All right, a brief note about user groups. I would strongly encourage user groups to be created by the CMC team. The reason being is because even if you are a domain admin, you cannot create groups at the server level, which allows access to both domains. So you're going to need to allow CMC to create, if you create any groups by hand, please have them create the groups in the server side. That way they can be added to multiple domains if necessary. Otherwise, if you add it to one domain, you can't go back and add it to another because it says it already exists solely in one domain. It can't be structured across. You'll have to have those ferried in through the server side. Only CMC has server access. No other user will have server access. That doesn't happen very often as far as needing to add additional groups. Usually that's done at the outset and everything else comes in through LDAP, which automatically creates at the server level. All right, let's go ahead. If you've added a user, I'm going to show you how to add that user to a project. We would switch over back to edit mode. And I have my lab BD folder here, or project. When I click on it, I would go to the properties. I have to click on it to activate it, not right click, but just click on it, highlight it blue. You can go to the properties, and then under the writers tab, I can then add a new user. And if you notice, my user is not there, has not been added yet. So in the top right, it's hard to see, but there is it's a black on black logo here. I can add writers to the project. And that would give me a list of writers currently available that I can choose from that have not been added to this project. And there's my user that I made. And I can give this user any specific access I want. So maybe if I want them to help me write procedures, I can give them read-write access. And now they are part of the read-write access. There we go. And then if I realize, okay, so maybe they don't need to be on this project anymore, I can go ahead and delete them from the writers group, but they still have access as an end user to consume the procedures that have been written because they're part of the public group. And when I publish it, I'm publishing access to the public group. So they could use it as an end user, but not as a writer. Okay. Any questions here? All right, very good. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and let's see, we run through our publication. That's good. That's good. Yep, we talked about approvals. There's our access rights and all that. Okay, great. Here we go. Now we're going to go ahead and actually create a real procedure here, not just a hello world thing. We're going to go ahead and create a procedure under the Lab A structure. So go ahead and go down to your Lab A structure, get to the procedures folder, and you're going to create a procedure called, it says A, replace toner on brother HLL 6200DW. And then we're going to create a series of 5 steps. So if you starting with 39, going down to step 43. Go ahead and go do 39 through 43 and let me know when you are done with those, and we will move on to the next section. procedure should have 5 steps in there. If you have any questions on how to get those in there, let me know. Each one should be titled step 01, 02, 03, etc. And when you get that far, you can go ahead and stop.
Hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good to go.
Great, thanks.
So through 43 then, correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh, all right. I'm all set.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all right. So next step is to go ahead and start populating the content. And you can do much of the copy and pasting directly out of the document into the step itself. What you want to do is when you copy it in, because what's going to happen if I copy this in directly into step 1, for example, it's going to just paste as plain text, which is just fine. So if I paste that in, it's going to paint as plain text, and it's just raw, right? So I'm going to have to actually add in my own carriage returns and things like that, my own formatting as necessary, which again is just fine. But one thing you want to know that I note in here, so go ahead and set the replace toner cartridge as heading 1 value. You also have the ability or the option, if you want, to turn on numbering. And the way that is done within the tool, you don't have to do this, I don't think, at this point. But you can go ahead and highlight the numbering, and it's one of these options here, numbered or unnumbered list, ordered list, I think ordered list. And that would actually add the 1. So you can go ahead and get rid of that one, the first 1 dot there. Or you can go and turn it off. There we go. All right, so you can just copy and paste and plug in the formatting, but you'll have to modify the formatting directly in order to make this work. Within the formatting for the heading, of course, just simply drop down on normal, select heading 1, and leave the rest as is. We'll need to put different carriage returns and stuff like that on here, so that way pictures can fit in different places. Go ahead and fill in the text all the way through step 1 through 05. That should get you down to step 50. You're going to go ahead and drag in the content, the picture content as well. Go ahead and create the folder structure that it says, and then drag in the content. So let me know when you get done and down to step 50. If you have any questions, let me know. Your lab files are on the desktop, by the way. There is a desktop folder called 3 dot Foundation Training Labs. Yeah, thank you. Dive into it, Lab A, Exercise 1-1, and then there's a folder there to drag in all the images. You should be able to drag and drop. Anybody else still working?
Yeah, it's still working.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, I'm probably too far, but on page 26, it seems that step 02, this is step 1, the text that is over there, no?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That should be step 01, correct. Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Okay.
We're not quite there yet, but yeah, you're correct. That should be step 01.
Okay.
I'm good to go.
Okay. All right. Okay, sounds like just about everybody's ready to move on. We'll go ahead and move on then. So at this point, we should have a folder structure created for the pictures in your resources area just for that lab area. So you have images that we're going to be dragging on into each of the different steps. So as they're named, like step 02, 03, they're actually named for the step number throughout the procedure. So I have 1, 2, and then 3, 4. All right. So that's the way these are related to. So step 02 does correspond to step 2 in the overall. So under number 2, open the front cover is where I'd want to put the step 02. And then, of course, on page step 02, on step number 3 is where I'd put the next 2 pictures, 3 and 4, etc. Go ahead and work through that. And then what we're going to end up doing, you're going to go ahead and update them. And we're going to, once you get through it, go ahead and launch the procedure and walk through it and see how it appears. And we will stop on page 28. That's our next stop. And then we'll talk about how the procedure looks so far. So go ahead and walk through putting the images where they need to be. If need be, sometimes you may have to press enter, like for example, where I am number 2. You may have to press enter to create a new row, and then you can go and drag in the picture. Let me know if you have any questions on the way.
So, Brian, the pictures are in Lab A folder. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So the pictures are in Lab A, exercise 1-1.
And we're just going to drag those into the tool.
That's correct. Yeah, you'll probably have to resize the windows just so that way they stagger correctly. And then yes, just drag and drop the pictures into the folder structure as it was supposed to be created. Images and then Brother HLL 6200 DW.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm done too.
Great. When you get to the end there and you execute it, you'll be asked whether or not you want to make this procedure an entry point. In order for it to be executed by an end user, it has to be an entry point. So during testing, whenever you create a new procedure, you can always make it an entry point, and then you can disable it. I'll show you how to disable it as well, just so that way you know, especially if you're making something as a replacement type of procedure. So it should launch. You should see the pictures in line within the text as needed. As you step through, it should give you all the text and the pictures that you dropped in. Then when you get to the last step, in test mode, it's always going to give this little nasty error at the end. And that's because we're in test mode. So it's always going to let you know the procedure is just ended, you just quit and stuff like that. This always comes up in test mode. Your users won't see this, all right, just so we're aware. When you're done, simply close out the tab. If there's any reformatting, any changes you have to do, you can go ahead and go back through and update those as needed. How did everybody's procedure look so far? Pretty good?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, we're going to create another procedure very similar to this. This one's going to be for a Canon printer. So we're going to go ahead and walk through the creation of another procedure. So in the guide, it starts walking you through this. Again, go ahead and go through these, create the procedure all the way down to the end, drop in the images, place the images within the content, just as we've done before. And then we're going to go ahead and stop on page exercise 1-3. Don't go into 1-3 yet. So stop at 1-3, okay? All right. Yeah, of course you can. But that wouldn't make it any fun, though, would it? Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely you can. And that may happen from time to time as well, just to give you a starting point, especially if you have something similar. You can right click and copy a procedure and then paste it right into the same place or another place. Now, if we do the same one, it's of course going to name the same thing. And it has a 1 and a 2, right? So you simply rename it as needed. If I just take off the UW for that one, it's now separated. So now I can go and edit my copied one and make the content changes as necessary. Your pictures for this one are in exercise 1-2 under lab A. Great, thanks.
I'm done too.
Good. Anybody else still working?
Yes.
Okay. In a minute or two. So let me know when you finish. For those of you that have finished putting in your images and stuff, go ahead and launch your procedure and just make sure it looks good.
All good.
Okay. All right. Anybody else still working? Okay. All right. So now that we've created two different procedures, they operate perfectly independently. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a sub procedure. And we're going to create, we're going to make these sub procedures. And what we're going to do is going to create two other procedures in different ways that will call those two procedures out. That way, users have a way to launch these procedures that we're going to create. So what we're going to do is, first of all, create a folder called sub procedures underneath the A procedures and sub procedure links. I'm going to go and drag those two new procedures that we have out there, drag them into that sub procedures folder. And we're going to create a brand new one under the A procedures and sub procedure links. And it's going to be called C Printer Quick Select. And what this one's going to be is going to be a very simple procedure. It's going to have a single step, and then it's going to have a couple of branches off of it. And the branches will contain the sub procedures. So towards the end here, it shows you how to add the sub procedures. And they're going to go ahead and create clickable image links on each of the printers. And that way it will show how to link to each option. Further after that, we'll then go ahead and link a sub procedure into each of the options. And then we're going to go ahead and give it a test run. Okay? And at the end of that, we'll go ahead and publish and see where we sit. So what I would like you to do is go ahead and run through exercise 1-3, I think all the way down to step 20, was it 25 down here? Yeah, just go ahead and stop at 25. Let me know when you get done with that. Let me know if you have any questions along the way.
Step 25, you said? 1 through 25?
Yes, stop at 25. Images can duplicate. What do you, right? Yeah. So yeah, when you there is step 11, use the crosshair icon to set the full image as a clickable image. That's the crosshair, almost like an X. Click that one first. What that does, it shades the entire image. Once that's shaded, then the very last image, yeah, it is small in this view, is you can edit the properties of the clickable image, and that tells the system how to utilize this clickable image. Are we going to a URL, or are we going to an option within the step? Now, there is a note in there that does say it's a common, it is common for people to accidentally duplicate that. And what I mean by duplicate, it's not duplicating the image, but adding additional layers of clickable images on the same image. And we can add multiple image click points within the same image, but we can't overlay them. We can't stack them on top of each other. So what that means, right now it's already shaded, right? And let me cancel this and come back in. So the way this happens is somebody goes in, notice that it is shaded on my screen, but it has a green border. It also does not have my properties available. So if I say, oh, I need to click this crosshair again, notice it just went even more shaded. But I do have properties. What that means is added another clickable image layer on top of the original. So to get rid of that, you've got to delete all the layers, or simply cancel out if you haven't saved anything yet. But to access an existing layer, you simply click on it in the layer itself, the green area, and then it turns red. Then I gain access to be able to edit the property for that specific clickable area. And later on in the training, we're going to see how to add multiple clickable areas within a single image. We'll have a settings for like an iPhone and an Android phone, and we'll have to highlight certain areas within the settings menu to make each one clickable. But in this case, this is the entire image, and therefore, in order to access any editable point in there, you simply click the editable point to turn it red, and then you click clickable image. So it's not that it duplicates the image. What you can accidentally do is duplicate the clickable area and layer them to where it doesn't function.
Quick question. Step, I think 12, and then the note under it to get to the area title window.
Yeah.
Yeah. How exactly do you get there?
So when you have the image clickable, when you have the image, the clickable image there, and it's red, you should get a little properties button to the far right. When you click that properties button, this should give you the option to change the settings.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I got it now.
Okay. All right, good.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Step 12. I'm not seeing that on the toolbar there. Perhaps I did step 11 incorrectly.
So in step 11, simply when you get to the editable image, there's a little crosshair. It's like an X almost.
Okay.
Simply click that. It turns the entire image a little bit opaque with a red border. Then the last icon, the last two icons then become visible. So to demonstrate, if I'm going to go ahead and so if you click on the crosshair, it shows the whole image is opaque with a red border. The last two icons become visible. The last one is what you want, is the editor. And that allows you to change the drop-down options.
All right. So hang on.
You know, I just had that issue a second ago, and I wasn't sure. I thought it was just me, but maybe it's an artifact in the application. Because what I ended up doing was trying to arrow right to press enter, and when it did, it arrowed down, but it also duplicated at the same time. I'm not having the issue. So maybe that's an artifact within the application that's causing that. But I hadn't seen that before, to where it duplicates the image. I'm not sure there. If it does duplicate the image, right click on the duplicated image, or not right click, but left click on it, and the very last icon on the bottom row is a delete. You can't press the delete key. The delete key necessarily doesn't actually remove the image. So use the delete icon from the context menu, and that will delete the image. You see it on the far, it's the bottom, it's the second row of icons, far right. The track. Okay. Make a change here and see if this helps in my view.
That was the part that didn't know, and I wasn't certain if. So then I talked to him. We still has me on a holding pattern.
Oof. It's gonna be big.
because
Okay.
So he's
There is an option you could do on the shortcut to make some of these menus a bit bigger to see. It does make it very large, but there is a modification you can do against the shortcut.
so
In the desktop shortcut for EV Self Help Studio EN, you go to the properties of it. Under the compatibility tab, disable display scaling on high DPI settings.
so what we've been
And if you relaunch the after you save it and relaunch it, it is much bigger, and you get a lot bigger tool sets. But you will have to certainly do some scrolling and maneuvering around in order to see everything.
the evening of November 1st. That way he can.
That is an option to do, though.
I am from the hotel room.
I'm going to disable that on mine because that's
Um,
really large.
I told you that kind of had thing. and we have to prove all. And I think this is one of the
How's everybody coming on their pictures and stuff?
I'm stuck on step 12, just trying to link it and go into the next step.
Okay. Do you have the branches enabled? Are the branches present?
I do have the branches created. Whether or not
Okay.
they're enabled, I'm not sure if, how do I know if they're enabled or not?
Well, as long as they're present, that's really all that matters. This connection here, stand by.
No, I was actually thinking so Washington and then going coast to coast.
Let's see here. Go. All right. Let's see.
I have not put stamped it yet.
So within the option there for the image editor, you have the properties button. Are you able to get to the properties section where it shows the area title and either URL or go to step?
That's where I'm lost. I have the actual GIF itself or the picture, and I have a back arrow. Create a shape.
Like,
I
okay.
got stop, and then like a record button.
Right. So the way these icons are laid out, the back arrow is just simply to go back.
Right.
The next one is going to be full image. So that puts an overlay on the entire image.
Okay.
The next one is going to be the square or rectangle. In other words, you draw a rectangle or square section or a
Right.
circle section.
Right.
Once you add the full section, we're going to do the full image here. So once
Okay.
you add it, it should create a red box around
Yes.
the image, and
Right.
then the very last two icons become visible. One is delete and one is edit properties.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm
And when you click on the very last icon, edit properties, that should give you
There
the
you go.
option then to
Okay.
change the path,
Okay.
change the branch.
All right. Got it. Thank you.
like,
You're
I'm
welcome.
not booking anything. I've been down this road before.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. We're going to 25. Yeah, so you stop at 25.
But you don't have to do your.
Yeah, there are more steps after 25, but you're going to stop at 25.
Yeah, but just remember, I mean, he's
With printer image select open. With printer image select open.
All right, so
Brian, so step 21. Where am I looking for the C printer image select?
because we literally can't
That
Was C. Oh, yeah. So it's printer image select. I think I've got some typos in here apparently. So the procedure we're working on.
Yeah.
We ended up. It's named differently than what that is.
okay.
It was named as printer quick select, but it
Yes.
refers to the same procedure as printer image select later on. So it should be. It's in other words, with your procedure open, it already should be, then you're just simply going to go ahead and add the sub procedure link. So the with printer image select is an incorrect naming of the procedure we have.
Gotcha. So then, yeah, because I thought I did that, but it didn't put the procedure or the sub procedure in the right location. So, any chance you kind of walking through that just
Yeah,
for
sure.
a minute to get me going?
Yep. Let me go ahead and delete these out there so that way I can create it again. So essentially, you should look something maybe like this at this point. Do you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Exactly. Okay,
all right.
go ahead.
So right click on the procedure, or I'm sorry, on the option, insert a step, and you're going to insert a sub procedure.
Correct. Yes.
And
got
then
that.
that creates the sub procedure icon there, right? From there, you can go ahead and right click and link a procedure, and that brings up the list of procedures for the project.
Link to. Oh, okay. Link to procedures. Got it.
And then you're going to select if you're on the MFCL 5850 pass, then select the procedure for MFCL 5850. And you're going to repeat the same procedures, the same steps on the HLL 6200 option, linking the appropriate procedure there.
Thank you. That was the part I was missing.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks.
Sure.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So when I launch the procedure,
Mhm.
and then I've shown the two selection of printers here, when you hover on the images, it shows you a text.
Yeah.
Where can I edit that text?
So that is on the naming of the image itself. So in the edit clickable image area
Hmm.
and the properties of that,
Hmm.
it has an area title. By default, it always inherits the option name, but you can override that with whatever you want. So right now, my brother is set at brother 6200, and my Canon is set to Canon 5850. The option names are going to be the true model names, but I'm displaying a friendly name instead of that option name. And then we're also hiding the corresponding buttons or branches, as it's called. That way it doesn't create buttons down here either. We're using the image to actually have the end user drive the pathway.
Okay, let me just try that again. I've been trying that exact same step, but for some reason I still get the it reverts back to HLL 6200DW for some reason.
Okay.
The same.
Once you set that, what I would suggest to do is just go ahead and click. There's a save button in the content area on the top left. Just go ahead and press that just to commit it. Sometimes there's just a slight delay. It's supposed to be real-time save, but sometimes there's a slight delay and it doesn't catch it for whatever reason. But it happens sporadically. There's no one way that I can say that it's always going to happen, but it does happen in some occasions. Also, even after you press that and after you set it, I would even going back and just verifying the properties are set and still saving the value you typed in earlier.
Okay, let me try that. Yeah, it's still reverting back. So let me just go through the steps here.
Okay.
I click on the image, and
Yep.
then I click on add clickable area,
hmm
and then I click on the crosshair.
Oh, you're adding additional layers. How dark is your image?
Mm, how dark is my?
Yeah.
It's the
So,
same with my second one.
okay. Because if you keep adding, it keeps getting to the point of disappearing. So when you go in for the first time, only the
Mhm.
first time is when you click on the crosshair.
Okay.
Okay. Each subsequent time, when you go in, it's going to have a green bar or green border around the clickable area. You simply click the image, not the crosshair. And then
Oh,
now you're editing what you originally set rather than adding a new layer. So that's where that common issue comes in. It's easy to just click the crosshair to enable it again, but what you're doing is you're continually adding a new layer every time.
okay. So, can I just remove the image and then add it back?
Yes, you can even trash each area. So if you just click the image, it turns
Mhm.
red, and you can continue to remove layers until there's no
Okay.
layer left. If you click on the image, the image should be completely clear when there's no layers. Then you can add a new layer and I'll modify that new layer and set it appropriately.
Okay. Now I see it.
All right. As soon as I
Is there
find
any
it, I'm
way
just
to
gonna.
tell, Brian, how many layers you have there? Or do you just have to delete them and just start over?
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to tell how many layers you've added.
Okay, thank you.
Why? I, yeah, well, as far as the full image, I'm not sure why. I think that should be disabled, in my personal opinion, but it's not. But you can add. I'm going to give you an example here. I'm going to delete the layer. I can add multiple other areas to the same image. In other words, these squares, for example. So I can highlight multiple areas of the same image. They don't overlap, but they're individually clickable all on their own right for whatever properties I set them to.
Now I get it. Why you were asking me how dark the image is.
Yeah.
Okay. So I kept deleting the layers, and then the image kept.
Yeah. Became more
Uh,
and more clear.
yeah.
But yeah, you can overlap some of these, for example. I can overlap it, but the problem is that overlap area, it doesn't work. So that's the challenge that comes into play. So yeah, I mean, programmatically, a feature change I would like to see is once you enable this on an image, it becomes disabled. You can't add it again. Um, and then yeah, the overlap, of course, just moving things around. That's a different issue. But the single image, I would like to see it as a program feature to be enabled. But it's just that's not the way it is today.
Yeah, that fixed it. Okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. How's everybody else coming along on this one? Are we ready to move forward? Is everybody done? Oh, okay. Sorry, thought we were waiting on one of you. Okay. Yep. All right. So as testing this procedure, the value in this is that it makes it even better. So I mean, yeah, we have our procedures that walks the user through replacing the printer, and we could publish those two independently. However, if we just want to have a single procedure out there that says, how to learn how to replace the toner on your printer, and maybe we have a series of printers, so we have a single launching point. All they need to do is look at the picture of the printer that they have sitting near them, and they simply run off of that. And we can have a hover over, for example, of the text of what that model is, and it likely says something on the front. They know the manufacturer, something along the lines of that particular model of 5800 or 5850 or something like that. And then they can go ahead and walk through the steps of that particular procedure. And now they can go ahead and learn how to replace the toner on a particular printer. So it walks them through everything on what they need to do. This is more or less probably replacing the fuser rather than the toner, but nonetheless, we're getting pretty close there to replacing everything in here. So they can actually replace the toner cartridge and learn how to do that on their own. If they didn't know how to do it, now we're giving them a way to do it. We're going to see some other procedures here that actually take advantage of multiple image click points within a single image, as I mentioned to you, a phone settings menu. So we're going to see how that would work. Okay, let's go ahead and publish this so we can see what it looks like. All right, go ahead and right-click on your project. And we're going to walk through the publishing of the project. If you have any editors open, you're going to be prompted to save and close the work. So yes, it can go and close it out for you. If there are other users in your environment at different computers that have different procedures open for editing, you cannot force them to close. But you will be given a list of people who do have editors or who do have an editor open with open procedures. So you'll have to contact them to have them close that out. But you can't force the closure of it. They have to close it. All right, we'll skip past our we're just going to force our publication, skip past the authorization, approval, etc. All right, I'm getting to the choose executable procedures here. And what I want to do is I want to ensure that I don't publish, or at least make my my executable procedures in sub-procedures. I want to disable sub-procedures as executable. These are not entry points. These are now handled through a single procedure called printer quick select. Really, it should be printer image select. So this is the only procedure, along with your hello world, that should be the only selectable procedure. Okay, so the sub procedures should be deselected. Do not have them enabled. This is how we prevent users from accessing them. We can link to them from another procedure, but we don't want them directly accessible. We can go next from there, and on our version history section, you now notice that we have our new version and our old version will be disabled. If you walk through some of the options for the radio buttons for publish and activate, publish not activate, things like that, you will see that it is changing the way the published information will be displayed. So by default, we always want to publish and replace. That way, the old version gets disabled immediately, the new version becomes active. End users should be able to simply refresh their page and get the new content. They shouldn't even have to sign out, close the browser, or anything. They just refresh, and the new content is there. Go ahead and publish now. Empty my trash. I think I had an extra item in there that wasn't supposed to be there. All right. That go. That published, actually. That didn't go for some reason. Let me publish one more time. There we go. That went. All right. So since my new version is out there, I now have version 1 disabled and version 2 is enabled. On the desktop, we should have that file with the URL in it. This self-help project txt. So I have my URL originally that was out there, so I can simply copy and paste that into a browser. Get logged in. And now I have a Lab A folder. Along with my Hello World, my top 5 FAQ, I now have a Lab A folder. So diving into the Lab A, I get the Labs subfolder along with my procedures and sub-procedure links topic area and my printer quick select procedure. When I launch it, I gain access to the original, the one that we created with the image click points. And because it's a sub-procedure, it's just going to call the procedure as it's needed. Okay. Everybody's procedure launched correctly and publication go well?
Yep.
All right, good.
Yep.
So now we actually have something we can search for. So if you type in the word, just start typing in printer, for example, and you'll notice that it'll start finding things for you. So obviously we only have really 2 procedures in this, but it's finding something that's already a direct match. So you can either press enter to search and see what else comes up, or you can go ahead and simply select the one that just showed up in your quick list. So this gives you the results were based on a search of printer. And it gives you the procedure name. It gives you the path location of where that procedure specifically exists within the structure. Below this area would be a description about this particular procedure and how it might be useful to an end user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give you an example of how this would work. So we're going to go back to our lab. We're going to go ahead and put a description in for our printer quick select, and then publish one more time, then do a search, and you'll see how this is going to come out for you. Let's go back to our self-help environment. Go back over to your edit mode, and we're going to edit that procedure. So in your lab A, your labs, the printer quick select procedure. Don't double click to open it, but just select it so it's blue and then go to properties, the properties tab. When you're in the properties tab, the description section is what that blank area is right below the procedure pathway. So this also helps in searching. So for example, we can type in something pretty simple in here, something like learn how to replace the toner on your Brother 6200 or your Canon 5850 printer. What that does, it throws a whole bunch of keywords in there, right? I said Canon, I said Brother, I put in the model, I said printer, I said toner, all of that information. So all of that becomes searchable. So if they type in Brother 6200, guess what's going to come up? If they type in Canon 5850, guess what's going to come up? They type in Brother or Canon specifically, printer, toner, any of those had to come up. So all this helps in that search. So learn how to replace toner in your Canon 5850 or Brother 6200. Even laser printer, if you want to even get that technical with it. and simply press enter when done. And that provides the description. So now when this, after we publish again, this procedure becomes, this description section now becomes searchable to the end user. All right, so if we go back to our Explorer, we're going to publish one more time. These settings should now be saved. So notice the set procedures are now deselected until I select them at some point in the future. If I do, everything else should stay saved within the menu, making sure that reindex is absolutely applied, because if you don't, then that whole searching thing is going to be broken. Once it finishes publishing, if you simply go back to your page here, I'm going to click on. I'm just going to see if I can refresh and get a result set here. Look at that, just refreshing, and it brought it right up. Look at that. So I can also change my search instead of just printer. Change the toner. And so that's not there. In my self-help bot, it'll be a little bit smarter in that. If I do brother, look at that. If I type in brother, it starts capturing it. Or Canon. So if I do Canon 5850, so it's going to capture it here. There we go. 1 less 5. So it's bringing it up right there in my quick select, or I can simply search for it, and it gives me a description. And I can simply launch it straight from there. That's unexpected. All right, so if you try, you might need to publish one more time. Just make sure, because sometimes what does happen is that reindex, that force reindex checkbox does not get checked. On this portion right here, this force, okay. Go ahead and publish it one more time. It may be an issue where you have to close out the browser and redo it, log out, log back in, things like that within self-help. If you close out the browser and redo it, that should fix the issue. I've run into that on rare occasion, and my fix is usually 1, republishing, or 2, closing out the browser and reopening. There's something wrong with the session. In rare cases, it goes back to the server, but hopefully that's not the case here.
So Brian, I got a real quick question for you.
Sure.
So when you type in your, like, if you were to just type in printer right now and then search for it, right, and you click on search. Oh, okay. So see how that's happening? How that's coming up, the search results? Mine's not doing that.
Yours is not doing that at all?
Nope. So, I mean, I do get the drop down where it says printer quick select.
Yeah.
That happens for me. Yeah.
So it's finding that from the search there, but not giving you any search results, huh?
Correct. Yes.
It's stuck where? It's stuck on search? Oh, it starts. Okay, I got you. Okay, sorry. Yes, I got it. Yeah, that's weird that it's not even showing up the result, because it should.
Yeah.
I would say maybe try to close out the browser and relaunch it possibly from copying the shortcut and relaunching the shortcut maybe.
Okay.
Just a thought. I'm not sure.
Give me one sec.
Mhm. We'll have one more procedure to go through here before we stop for lunch. It'd be very similar to this one, so it should be pretty close. And then we'll go on break for lunch and then resume the rest of the afternoon.
How am I grabbing that URL again?
When we did our first publish, did you get a chance to save it as a TXT file on your desktop? That's one of the first things we did. If not, that's okay. You can always go back to your publish mode and locate your active version. Right click on it and generate a portal link.
Okay, so publish mode. All right, and
Now let's make sure the 4 checkboxes are enabled.
I'm not seeing that. So go ahead.
If you got to, so you switch your mode to the publish mode. On the mode menu, go to publish, and you should have under publish projects, you should have your project, and then if you expand that, you should have varying versions, one of which will have a green checkbox.
Okay, so then right click that and grab the
Generate portal. There you go.
Got it. Okay, and then all the checkboxes.
Yeah, all the checkboxes enabled, and then you can do, if you do a save here, the save button, what that does, it creates just a text file, and you can just save the text file as something on the desktop.
Yeah, I just didn't save mine on the desktop.
Okay.
I did save it, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. So yeah, then you can just use that file and open it up. There's a link inside there at all times.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's still the results are not coming up. So, but we can go ahead.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look at that later on and see what's going on there.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Okay. So the next one we'll want to go through. This is going to be. It's going to be very similar. And what we're going to do is. I'm going to skip over the go-to action. We're going to come back to that one later in a different configuration, so I'm going to skip over that one. What I want to do is just go through a quick exercise in finding information in your project. So what we're going to do, there's no menu for it, but there is a control feature. So what's in your project area, make sure you're highlighted on something in the edit mode. Make sure you're selecting something, whether it's a project or object, and simply do a control F. What that does, it should put a find at the bottom of your Explorer window. Wherever you are highlighted, it will put the find or search within that window. So if I was in the within the design pane over to the right, for example, and I do a find over there, it's going to try to find something on that side if I had it open, but obviously I don't at this point. I have nothing open. So it's just putting me in the Explorer at this point, but nonetheless, you want to make sure that you're in the Explorer at all times for this and select the search. What this does allows you to go find something. Now, we've typed in toner a bunch of times in different projects. So if you try to search, it's going to find some matches probably, and it's going to go up and down trying to figure out where this is. Well, it's not really displaying much, right? I'm getting a green arrow saying there's something there, but it's not really displaying much. So what we're going to do, if that is the case, you know you typed it in, but it's just not finding it. Even though we're publishing we're indexing our published projects, it's never really indexing your editing project. So if you right-click on your project, and this will go for all of them, but if you right-click on your project, you can go and force project indexation. It takes a few moments. It says it may take a while for it to run. We have a very small project, so this should be pretty quick. If you have a very large project, like thousands of procedures, then that could take several minutes for that to run. It could put a strain on your server for a bit. But these are small, so these are fine to do. Once that is done, I can then go back down here. I'm going to clear my search and retype toner one more time. I'll redo that. I'll redo the control F and now do a search for toner again. There we go. Now what that should do, now it's able to expand my project and identify where the word toner exists. So it's finding it in this particular procedure, this printer quick select. If I open it, this should then highlight the step that has toner in it, whether either in the name or potentially in the content. So in this case, it's just the step. It's highlighted green. I can continue going down the project and it's going to find other places as well. And as I select them, notice that all steps in this are green, and that's because the heading has the word toner. So when you force the project indexation and are searching for a word or a phrase, or maybe a misspelled word, for example, you can type in that misspelled word and it will show you what procedure and what step it exists on. It's a pretty powerful feature. There's no actual built-in find or search feature, so to speak, from the menu items. There is a find a resource, but that is not the same thing. Finding a resource means you actually have to have that unique ID.
When was this feature added? Was it always at the beginning, or?
Yeah, this feature's always been there, but once it changed versions at some point, the menu button for the search itself disappeared, and so the Control F was the way to activate that shortcut.
Okay. So it was the feature itself was not it was there, and then it went away with a previous version. Do you know which one it was, or?
It was pre-Cobalt that was existing, and then was switched over to Cobalt with the black background and stuff. That's when the menu option disappeared, but the feature was still there.
Right. Okay.
It was just sort of a hidden feature, if you will.
Sure. All right. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So one last option I want to go ahead and go through. We're going to go ahead and do another procedure here. Let's see. I think for this one we might have to rename that procedure that we have to printer image select. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Printer link select. We're going to go and create a new one. So exercise 1-4 on page 44. We're going to go and create a different style of procedures with the sub procedures that we have. All right. So what we did originally was created an image, right? And then image click points with options and all that jazz. What we're going to do is a little bit different. And we're going to create it without having to create an option selection at the end of the page. Instead, we're just going to do it within the same page. So we're going to create a new procedure. It's going to be called printer link select. And within there, you're going to simply drag and drop the two procedures into the page, the A and B procedure, and just simply put a header at the top. From there, you're going to go ahead and select when you click on those procedures, there's a little like setting button, there's presentation options. And you're going to go ahead and set the presentation options by displaying a specified text. And you're going to go ahead and leave that as is. You're going to set the other one using the same methodology. Go ahead and launch the procedure, and then you can test and see how this runs. So go ahead and walk through steps 1 through 9 on exercise 1-4. Launch your procedure and see how it works, and let me know if it works for you. If you have any questions along the way, let me know. Yeah. Okay. No, these are pretty straightforward for these guys, for these procedure links. Try to launch it one more time. Okay. So yeah, that's that delay aspect sometimes that I've seen come through. So it did save, but in between your launch. So yeah, I've seen that come through once in a while. It doesn't happen often, but I have seen it once in a while. What causes it, I can't exactly say. I suspect it's some sort of a server write delay, is what I suspect. But these are VMs. These are a little bit slower than your average bear. All right. So when you is anybody else still working on these? I'm going to ask some questions after you guys get done. Anybody else still working on this one?
Finish for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still working.
Okay. All right. We'll give it a minute. Yeah, I'm waiting for a couple more people to finish up here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So with this, what's different between this one and the clickable image? Of course, beside the obvious that it's not an image, is that when this launches, it still launches within the same window, just like before. But when you get through it, instead of it just exiting out, it puts you back to the place that you started from. So I can launch the sub procedure or launch a sub procedure from within my existing procedure, and I can use this as a guiding method for something else to come. Where one example that I had one user do this for, they had an app that they were creating a knowledge article for, and it would help users on how to close the app because it would lock up at times, and so they needed to know. In order to close it properly, was it running in a terminal services environment or was it run locally? Because it ran both ways, and some people ran it, according to their preference. The trouble was that the closure method was different depending upon if you were local or if it was terminal services. So what they did is they provided an option that says not sure. And so if you're not sure, then they could launch the procedure to determine how they were launching the product. And they walked them through steps. And so they were watching through the steps. Okay, so you look at here, you look at there, you look at this. And when it got to the end, they learned how their product was being launched. And so when it finished up how to show them, it put them back at the same point. Are you running locally? Are you running through terminal services? Or do you need to run through this again, essentially? So then they had the knowledge, the user did have the knowledge to be able to move forward and being able to troubleshoot their problem. So these little sub procedures that are links work great. The pictures work great too, but they'll end. In other words, it's just moving forward. This one is just a circular process in place that launches you out and then brings you right back. So these are really helpful in certain situations and how you want to display information to the end user. Both of them work really well. It just depends upon the nature of how you want to display it. Any questions? Okay. All right. Well, I promised we would go ahead and break for lunch after that, and I'll keep that promise. So we'll go ahead and break for now. We'll come back. Let's see. It's what 30 Eastern. Well, yeah, we'll call it 1:30 Eastern to return. All right. And then we'll go ahead and continue on with our next one, which is going to be our Lab B section. And that will involve some additional, a little bit more involved procedures that we'll be creating. So 1:30 Eastern is the time of return.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello. Back here shortly. Go ahead and get going here. We'll go ahead and start in our Lab B here I have on screen. That's to create knowledge flows with branches, forms, and actions. So we're going to have an opportunity to see, one, how to create a form, what a form is. Obviously, we've already created branches as it exists now, but we'll have opportunities to make additional branches. And of course, I think by the end of this, you're going to get really good at making branches. And then we'll also see some opportunities, I think if time allows, we'll have an opportunity to be able to try to create a ticket inside your service manager environment, actually, that's in this VM. So let's go ahead and start working through this here. All right. So the scenario that we're going to take into account here, we're going to go and create our Lab B folder. The scenario we're going to take into account is that we have users that travel, and occasionally they have trouble with international support. And so what this is offering is a way for them to troubleshoot the fact that they do or do not have, one, international coverage, and two, if they do have international coverage, how to troubleshoot the connectivity issues that might come into play. And then ultimately, if none of that works, of course, then we would be able to try to open up a ticket in Service Manager to be able to have the service desk reach out and things like that and work through the issue. So that's kind of the scenario that we're going to be working through here. So let's go ahead and start working through the process of creating the folder structure. As we get down to the folder structure, you're going to go to step 9, and you're going to create the architecture of the process that's been outlined here. So you go ahead and create that architecture. The way to add, by the way, just the way to add 3 branches here off the root is simply by right-clicking that first step again and select Add Another Branch. So you'll be able to add one. When you add a branch, it gives you 2 automatically. If you right-click again in the same place, it gives you the only option is to add another branch. You can add as many branches as you want. So that would be how you add 3. Okay, and then go on and go ahead and add out the rest of the steps there. And then we're going to get to step 12. Go ahead and stop on step 11 here. Go ahead and work through steps 1 through 10. Let me know when you get done and you're ready to start editing all those steps. Yeah, that should be a C. Yeah, let me go ahead and make a note of that so I can fix that. Let's see, this is that should be a C, lab C, or I'm sorry, C, lab B is what that should be. Follow, the screenshot is correct.
Exactly how is step 5 supposed to be done? Create a resources folder under the folder yada 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 called procedures. So is it supposed to be resources or procedures? I'm guessing resources.
Hey, hey Barry, I have the same question earlier, but if you go to step 21, there's a screenshot of the Explorer.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, sorry, I bumped my mute button again. Yeah, the what you were referring to earlier, that screenshot. Yeah, this would still work, but by the way it's designed, the resources should be at the same level of procedures, not a sub level. So yeah, in that case, that's a bad screenshot.
So can we move the folder, or do we just have to delete the structure and start over?
Nope, you can move it, drag and drop.
Oh, perfect.
Hmm. Yeah, it would be 2-1. The folder should be 2-1, not 3-1. So that's incorrect also. Okay. I'm just noticing. I thought I had updated this one already, but the phone branches, the phone names and the branches are incorrect because you're going to find iPhone 7, iPhone 8, and I think an iPhone 11 or something like that, or iPhone 8, 10, and 11, something like that. Anyway, Go ahead and name the branches here for the iPhone SE, 6S, and 7 for the device names you see as pictures in your training files. So you'll see 8, 11, and 12 as picture files. Go ahead and name the branches as that. Some fixes to do on that one.
All set.
Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready. I know some of you are ready. Let me know when you're ready to begin editing the steps and putting in the content.
Yeah, good to go.
Okay. And you, okay.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Are we creating the whole workflow and after we set up text in it?
Yeah, we're just creating the full architecture,
Okay.
and then we'll add content afterwards.
Oh, okay. I was doing both. Okay.
If I lost the whole procedure by closing the tab, how do you get it back?
Simply just reopen it. You can just double click to open it. For example, like double click to reopen.
And I just see have a start and an end, and that's it. That's weird. Okay.
Oh, you lost like all steps inside?
Yeah.
Oh, that's odd.
Okay. No worries.
But yeah, I don't have a way to recover that one. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm not even seeing it in the recycle bin. It's weird.
Okay, thank you.
Just a few more minutes here.
Sure.
What's that?
Okay. Anybody else still working? Okay, all right, let's go ahead and start the content then. So in the content areas, there's going to be several different options you can be filling in. I'm going to go ahead and cover just a couple of things to get started here, and then I'll go ahead and turn you loose on it. The very first one is to actually put a table in, put a heading in. First of all, just type in, select your phone, and then add in a table, 3 columns. And you're going to drag each image, iPhone 8, 11, and 12, into each column. And you're going to go ahead and select a clickable image for each model. And each one's going to go to its appropriate path. You're going to see some options to paste in some values, such as, check your connection, blah, blah, blah. And you're going to see these little details, insert the airplane mode on off image, PNG image. And all that essentially means is to insert the image there. Okay, that's all that means. You're going to find some areas to insert a couple of columns here and there, things like that. Just go ahead and insert the image where it says to insert, set up columns where it says to set up. Go ahead and get to the point of step 19. We're going to create a new content object. And so for that one, I just want to walk through just to make sure everybody's on the same page for that one. That's a new option for you guys to do, and then we'll keep on moving forward. Okay, so go ahead and just stop at 19 and just make sure that everybody knows how to do the content, and then we'll keep moving forward. know when you get to step 19 for the project resources folder for the new content.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So the project resources is that one that's out at the root of the entire folder structure. And from here, we're just simply right-clicking and selecting new content. Okay. So content is just exactly that. It's a global content or project-specific content or what have you, procedure-specific content that we can drop and drag and drop into anywhere in another procedure within this particular project. That means it can just be a matter of standardized text or common footing, common information, signature information, what have you, that you want to put on at different points in different procedures. So when you open it, your design is in the upper area rather than the lower area. And you still get some of the same stuff as far as the home, insert, layout, view, etc. Those details. You still get that information. So what we're going to do is go ahead and create a footer content. And when you edit it, you're going to go ahead and add the same information that it's asking here. So please contact EasyVista at, you can replace EasyVista with whatever you want to use. And then we're going to create a URL. The URL is simply just highlighting the text, and you're going to use the hyperlink, the little chain link selection there. It's going to provide you a little wizard. You're going to set the URL as appropriate, whatever you deem you want it to do, whatever the text you want it to be. In this case, it was EasyVista, and make sure it opens up in a new tab. After that, there's another bit of a complicated issue. Now, I say complicated, it's not difficult, but it's a new area. And you're going to be learning how to insert an expression. In this way, we can actually embed HTML content in this way. This is a similar method in which we would use to embed a video, for example. So you're going to insert an expression, and the expression is typed out for you. Include the single ticks and all, the apostrophes at the beginning and end. Include all of it. And paste it directly into the bar that shows up there when you select insert an expression. You may need to press, or you may need to retype the single quotes at the end, the apostrophes at the end. Sometimes it just pastes in a little bit weird, so you might have to retype those. Also, if it's auto-populated a list that covers the buttons and stuff, just press the escape key. It goes away, and you have the buttons and checkboxes and everything available to you. You want to make sure that you do check the do not translate HTML characters, so that way it does read it as HTML and not try to interpret it as some variable. Go ahead and simply click finish. And when you're done, it will look something like this on the display in the editor. In live view, it'll actually display an image there. Okay? But this, in editor view mode, it just shows you the fact that this is an expression, and it just shows the expression value. When you're done with it, simply close it out. And then you can drag and drop it where it says to drag and drop it. So it has you drag and drop it on the first step, your device step, the check your connection step, and then the reset step. And you're just dragging it down to the bottom area of those procedures, those procedure steps. Okay. Go ahead and run through that. Stop at step 29, and then we'll go ahead and continue on in exercise 2-2 for creating the forms.
So on step number 12, your device create a table with 3 columns. How do you do that again?
So in that step, looking at the very first one here. So I type in some text here, and wherever my cursor ends up, press insert on the insert menu, and then there's a little table icon right here, insert table, and it's just like Word. You just hover over the number of columns you want, and click and insert, and there's my columns. That would get what you need.
not seeing any of the content, like the description. I just see the procedure itself, so I'm not able to edit.
In what? You're talking
In
about
the description. And I lost the description.
Oh, okay. So if you go to view, there is you can determine if it's selected here. If you can't find it there, the easiest way is just reset your views, and it should reset everything as it was.
Oh, okay. Okay. That. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Erau 3 negri, Iac, Iacțidrac și Iac.
Okay, let me know when you are done with step 29. You can go and give it a test run, see how it is. It seems to never come across for me for some reason. Anybody else's logo working?
I lost it the first time I tested, but after the second time, it was here.
Okay.
It worked for me.
No, I had absolutely nothing. Like the expression was not there.
Okay.
I had to create it again, and after that, it worked.
Interesting. It's not showing up for me. Got a typo in there somewhere. Interesting. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's bringing in a space right there. That's the problem. Okay. Yep, there it is. Aha. That's better. Okay. All right, so things seem to be looking correct. All right, very good. It came over in the copy. So it's oops. It's a space that is coming over from, well, that was annoying. All right, get back down there. So it's because the way I guess from my copy and paste in here is what happened with it. Trying to get back to that page. Getting close. Yeah, here we go. Right there. All right. So the content right here. It was creating a space on the wrap right there. Yeah. Yeah. So when I copied it in, get back to there again. Keep clicking on it and it wants to launch. So that the C3 blah 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 right there, wrapping to the next line, creates a space. So when I copied it in and tried to put it into the expression, what it ended up doing was adding it added a space. So if I just to add it in here. Here, let me just open this up here. When I added in the a new expression in the content that added in, there is a space in the middle of it that you can't see until you go and look at it. It's right, yeah, right in there somewhere. Here, there we go, right there. It added a space right there. It was an artifact of copying and pasting. Okay. All right, so our next step is to go ahead and generate some forms. And the reason we're going to generate a form is because we ask a question whether or not the user has international travel features, right? And we expect them to, but if they don't, we have this whole line down here for creating an international provisioning request, verifying the form data, and then ultimately sending the form off via email, for example, in this case, and a provisioning team goes in and takes care of it. So that's going to be our plan here. So we need to fill out the content in these because right now they don't have anything in them. So we're going to go ahead and create the form for international provisioning request so that way the user can fill out the information we need to know, and then we regurgitate some of that just as confirmation and then send it off an email. So in our guide on page 54, we're going to go ahead and create a new form. So in the resources area of our procedure, we're going to create a new form, and it's going to be called international provisioning. I'm going to walk through some of this stuff, and then I'll go ahead and turn you loose on it. You're going to go ahead and double click to open it, just like all the other objects you've been doing. In the upper area, this is where the design occurs for it. You're going to have this little white box. This white box is the beginning part of the form, and you're going to need to add sections to it. So we're going to add a few items to it. You're going to add a single choice list of values. And to do that, you simply right click within that white box, click add, and then you get one of these options, which is going to be add a single choice list of values. Then you go and set the label and fields required and shown in this graphic here on page 56. You go ahead and create a list. And I've given it some example countries to select. You will need to fill out the label and value columns both. And the easiest way to do that is just simply click on add label value. It will start you on number 1 here, and you just simply tab all the way through until you get all of them named. Then you're going to go ahead and create another field just below. So you're going to click on the little plus. It's going to add a new row. And then from there, you add another input field. This is going to be an input field specifically. It'll be called input field from that same pick list. You'll set that as departure date, and you're going to create another one right below it, and it's going to be called return date. So at the end of it, it should have a form created. You'll then go ahead and put in a heading on that international provisioning request page, drag and drop the form, and then drag and drop the footer as well. Beyond that, you're going to go ahead and move on to the next page, which is the form data provisioning request received, and we're going to add in some information. To do this, you're going to regurgitate the values that they provided. This is just simply a copy and paste to get some of the base stuff done. And then what you'll do is drag and drop each individual item. The country of travel, you'll drag and drop it to the right of country of travel, or whatever text you decide to put in there, date of departure, etc. And you're dragging and dropping these individual items. What that does, these are going to be variable datas that are going to be stored in the background because the user selected options already, and so it contains a value. We're looking to return that value on screen. So ultimately, it's going to look something like this. And when you drag and drop those items, it looks just like an inserted expression, because that's actually what's happening. We're just shortcutting it by dragging and dropping rather than insert expression, write it all out, and then save it. We're just going to drag and drop and make life a little easier. Okay. Next, you're going to make some adjustment sizes to the help desk image that's there. It's going to walk you through some settings on how to adjust that, and then move the table over a little bit, adjust the sizing and everything like that, so that way it appears a little bit more presentable. And then we're going to go ahead and modify the send form action to an action type. It's a go-to action. So you're going to right-click on that one, on that send form, and then select turn into go-to action. And you're going to copy and paste the data. Does it say that yet? Oh, no, it doesn't say that yet. But eventually, you're going to copy and paste the data from form data to send form. So all the content in that page, you just copy and paste it. We're going to go through the process of creating email connectors separately, so we'll do that next. So what I would like you to do is go ahead and go all the way through to step, what is that, 29? So it's the beginning of exercise 2-2. Go ahead and start with that and go all the way to the end of exercise 2.2. It should be step 29, and then we'll stop there. Let me know if you have any questions along the way. Oh, a bit of information. I'll just go ahead and provide you some background on this. And let me go back into that listing again. Let's see. Put and output, I think. There we go. Update list. So we have label and we have value in this listing. There is a reason why we have two different items in here. The main reason is that we provide a label. The label is what the end user sees when they drop down the listing. That's the friendly version. The value, we may need to do something different on the back end of it. So for an example, if you wanted to allow the user to select a topic to create a ticket against, this is no way, shape, or form a way to replace Service Manager questionnaires, all right? This is just a way to select something in the background. If the label is some value, the value response could be something different. And I'm going to use Service Manager because most people are going to know what that's going to be from. And in the case of label, I might present some user-friendly version of an EasyVista topic. And then in value, that might be the code behind the actual topic in Service Manager. And the code is what we would send through like a REST call to create a ticket for that topic. Because when you create a REST call, or even a web service call to EasyVista to create a ticket, you don't send the code, you don't send the topic itself or the topic structure, you send a code for it, or you send a GUID. It's a lot easier to use the code. So we can use the value as a code for whatever option is selected. Or maybe you're asking for survey information in this, and you could weight it. So maybe it's good, bad, or otherwise, and you could provide a numeric value in the background for whatever the friendly name is. And then you could do other responses with those, with the responses there. So if they select a particular label value, you then know how to respond based on the value that's in the background. So there's different ways or different reasons why you could use different wording for the label versus value and why they're both there. That's all. You can go back to what you were doing. I'm not sure why, but my cell sizing for that menu size is not working the way I anticipated. Yeah, now it is. Wouldn't remove from auto size. I had to manually move it over and then set it.
What did you do to set the cell size?
Yeah, so when I was in there, I was trying to set it using the value there, but it wouldn't move. Went ahead and test ran it to see if it'd move over, and it didn't. So I just took it and manually slid it
Okay.
over, essentially, and then I was able to adjust it from there. So I was able to actually go through and then set my size 175 pixels, and it seems to have readjusted somewhat. But I'm not sure that that's actually doing what it's supposed to do. But nonetheless, you can simply manually slide it over. Just not sure why that's not working the way I expect it to. The value's there, but it's just not updating, it seems.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we're ready to start 2-3 here. I just want to make sure everybody's caught up. Anybody still working through exercise 2-2 to get the provisioning stuff set up?
Yeah, just a few more minutes here.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I'm done.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else still working? Okay.
No, I'm all set. Thanks.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right. Good. Okay. So we're ready to go ahead and move on to exercise 2-3. All right. So that one involves creating what's going to be called an email connector. So the email connector allows self-help to send data to any destination via email. And that information is going to be the content of a step. All right. And that's what we're going to be plugging into that little action form that we just created a moment ago. So in order to create the connector, you only have to create the connector one time, and you can use it anywhere in the project that you want over and over and over. And as long as you don't set static values in that connector, it's essentially blank, and we'll be able to use variable information after that. And I'll show you that as we start moving through this. So in your project resources folder, go to that connectors folder, and you're going to select new connector, and you're going to select email sending connector from the list of options there. When you create it, it's going to start off with a blank set of values. The first set of values is going to be based on login, password, SMTP, address, and port. Do not fill any of this in. We don't need to do it. All right. We don't even need to do it even later on. This should be built into the background automatically within your system. So you shouldn't ever have to fill anything like this out unless you want to do something different. Send out through a different connector or a different email server. I will warn you though, whatever you plug into this connector, it is plain text. That's not to say that it sends in plain text. It is listed in plain text in this connector. So anybody who has access to the connector can read it. So just be aware of that. The next step is, again, just going to be a series of white fields for the from personal to, etc. We're going to leave these alone and not change anything. Leave it all default and simply finish. What that does, it creates the connector for use. You'll take the connector that you just created and drag and drop it onto the connectors tab in the send form step. When you do so, it's going to go ahead and appear as a wizard again, but this time the fields are going to be yellow. We still don't fill in anything in the login on the first page. We still don't fill anything in there. The difference between the yellow and the white field, whenever you come up with a yellow field, what that means, it is ready for a variable input. That means it gives us access to variable information within self-help. Whatever variables are created, even built-in variables and macros, etc., it gives us access to all of that. So that's going to be an important piece. And when it's white, it's just plain text. There is no access to variables there. So there's going to be some points in here you're going to go ahead and work through to try to create. One of which is when we get to the next page, it's going to talk about the additional fields for from, personal to, etc. And the from, we're going to want to send it from the logged on user. That could be anybody, right? Because we have maybe hundreds of users or thousands of users using this. And so therefore, I want to use what we call a variable in order to extract that. So there is a variable called the execution context.user.email that reads the email address of the logged on user, the one who is executing the procedure. And that's going to be put into the from address. All right. And then the first and last name, again, is going to be variable based. We gather the first name and then a plus, and then we add a space between two apostrophes, another plus, and then lastly, an execution user last name variable. What that does, it creates the appearance of a first and last name within the email. So we can go ahead and add that. Again, we're going to be adding some additional text down into the subject line, some static text. Anything with static text, you're going to be adding in with apostrophes around it. That's to indicate it is clear text. Whenever you add variables and text together, you literally use an add symbol, a plus, to join those two together. And that's what we'll be doing. So I've given the text that we've written out within the document. You can copy and paste as needed. You can also learn and discover how to grab those variables in the yellow fields. If you right-click on the yellow fields, you'll be able to get these context menus to pop up, and they are sortable, meaning filterable by typing. And so if you start typing, they'll start changing up their values to meet what you're looking for. All right, what I would like you to do is go ahead and create the email connector. Go ahead and configure, drag and drop it to the step and configure it. Get to the ending. It's going to have you put in some variable information at the end for the result and error. And then go ahead and stop there. Okay, that'll take you to step 9. I'm sorry, to the end of step 8. You should have a screen similar to the following, which show a bunch of data in that connectors tab. When you're done, let me know when you get there. We're going to stop there and move on to the rest later. Let me know if you have any questions along the way or any challenges. Okay, thank you.
I'm okay.
Okay, good, thanks. Anybody still working? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on then. So after you created the connector, it brings up this this page here. This shows the details of the connector itself. So you have the from personal, the to, and then our subject subject in this case. You can add other values, of course. The resultant error can be used in other cases. Maybe if you're trying to do a response, if it either successfully sends or fails to send, you can then provide the user a real-time response of whether or not the email successfully sent or did not successfully send and give them the information. You can even provide them the error message. Or you can even turn around and submit a ticket in the case of an error to Easy Vista that this failed to send. So you can even take the user out of the loop and just notify the service desk immediately of an error message. In order to edit these values again, so let's say if you need to make modifications or you got a misspelling or whatever the case may be, you can always double click on any text and it's going to relaunch the wizard again. Now in this wizard on the second page here, I want to go over a couple of items here just so you have some knowledge and information, is in the message content area, we have three options. We have text, variable, or auto mapping or default value. In the text, it's just simply a text box, and that is exactly what is sent. It is not HTML aware. It is straight text. A variable value could be something you're already gathering elsewhere, and you're going to go ahead and simply send whatever's in that variable, pre-programmed variable value. The last option is the auto mapping or default value. When we have it set to the auto mapping or default value, it's going to send whatever is in the content area of the related step where the connector is. So it would send whatever is in here. Currently, there's nothing, but we're about to change that. What we can do is go ahead and copy the form, the information. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. No, it is not HTML. It will send as HTML code. No, I don't think it'll strip the coding. It'll actually send it as coding as it sends it as a text-based mail. So in other words, the user receives it as a text-based mail, and they just see raw text. Yep. All right. So in the form data, we have content already configured. What we can do is simply copy and paste that into the send form to just give us a bit of a helping hand. We don't have to recreate it. What this is doing, the form data, is regurgitating back to the user what they've just selected, just so they have confirmation. Then, since they have confirmation, we're going to go ahead and copy and then go over to our send form and paste it. And now this is the content that we'll send in the email. Now we can add some additional information into the email that we don't necessarily need to display in the form data. We don't necessarily need to display the user's first and last name, for example, in that form data, but in the send form we might, just so that way whoever we're sending it to not only knows, of course, the from address is going to have it, but having it within the content just makes it that much easier. So what we're going to do, let's see, I think that's coming up next here. Yep. So you're going to copy and paste everything in there, and it's going to have you add in the requesting person. So that's going to be a variable for the first name and last name. This is a copy and paste option just to save you a little bit of effort and time. You will likely have to retype the two apostrophes here. They'll come in slanted, so you'll have to delete those and recreate them as raw text so that way they're appropriately formatted. And then, of course, the last one, which is the procedure name. If you want to add this, it's optional, but it just gives an option to let the receiver know where this was sent from. In other words, what precipitated the send for it. And we would get out of that the procedure name that was used, which in this case would be the International iPhone Support Procedure Name. That's what we would get out of that. All right. So going to go ahead and run the procedure. We'll test its functionality. I think I have email enabled on this, so we might try something a little bit. We might see if we can try to get the email to send and see what that looks like. I think I've got a copy in my other emails somewhere that I can just bring up on screen and show you essentially what it would come across as, if nothing else. And then we're going to go walk through some other exciting options here that we can work through. This is going to round out, actually, by the time we get done with this, is actually rounding out our first day. But there's a couple other options that we can go through on this just to show some extendability. I want to get through showing you a little bit about variables here today and how to do those and how we can extend just this workflow alone a lot more features on it. All right. Let's go ahead and configure that last part then. The requesting person and any of the information that's used there. I know it's requesting person is copied in there twice. You can ignore the second option and then give it a test run and let's see how it comes out, okay? See if we can set up the email.
Are we supposed to receive email on our account?
No, it's not actually going to go outbound. It's not going to truly go outbound. Let's see. Let's see the send from. We might have to hard code the send from and the send to get this to work, but I think we can make this work. let me see here. Send form. Give this a quick try. Oh, in the form data in the result. Ah, gotcha. Okay, I'll show you. I think I'll show you where that's going. That's going on here. Let's see. Okay. So in that form data, instead of dragging on, so what I'm doing, instead of taking the whole form and putting it out there, what I'm doing is taking the individual answer. So if you look at the form, if you, oh, the send form shouldn't do anything. It should end immediately after you go to form data. It should immediately end. And that's because it's an action-based form. There's going to be nothing there. So this would have sent in the background. But if you notice in red, this step is automatic and is not directly accessible to the end user. Its content will not be shown in the web browser. Okay, no worries. Oops. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to verify, see if I can verify the incoming email here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so no, I haven't everyone. Do everyone. I think we'll do trying to send it to everyone here. All right, so I'm going to modify my send email connector. I'm going to set the from and to as everyone at evtry.com. Okay, I don't really care about the from personal is just a name. It can be anything, so that's not going to be pertinent here. But the from and the to is going to matter. I'm just sending it to itself, so we're just going to have to pretend that it's real in this case, being an enclosed environment here. So I'm going to try to run this one more time, and then I'm going to go ahead and see if it actually sends the message. Walk through my options here. No, that didn't help. No, I don't have coverage. So yeah, I'll fill out my information. Confirm the data, and then next. Okay, so that should send the email. So based on that, I should have.
The email is sent when you end the finish.
Yes.
Not when you're displaying the form data.
Right. Well, as soon as you after that point, that's when the email sends because it's invisible.
Okay.
Let's see. Don't know. Okay, so it shows one email came in. There we go. There it is. So there's my subject line, international provisioning request to Germany, right? So international provisioning request, and then the variable response to whatever country was selected. And then there's my title, there's my content. So that's my name, who I'm logged in as, who I ran it as, where I'm going, when I'm leaving, when I'm coming back, and then the procedure used to send the information through. So that seems to be working. Unfortunately, yeah, this is in French. I can't convert this to English just yet, but nonetheless, I have enough information to where I can go ahead and update the everyone email box, and then that would be the incoming email that just came in. So that seems to be working. Okay. All right. All right. Any questions? Everybody, if you want to test this out and see if it works on your end, you can go to the connectors on your side and update the from and to, and put it in between apostrophes. Everyone at evtry.com on both of those values. Then you can go ahead and run through it and test, and then go ahead and launch Mozilla, the Mozilla Thunderbird. And there should be an everyone at evtry.com, and go ahead and try to use this Relever and select the everyone at evtry.com, and that should attempt to receive messages. And you should get one message in there, at least, depending on how many times you sent it as the everyone at evtry.com. You can go and give that a try and just see if the email came through. Let me know if you were successful or not, if you're giving it a try.
It works for me.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple other options. So we got a little bit of time left here, so we can have a little bit of fun. All right. So I had you create these result and error values. That's what the document had you do. So in the cases when I have some time left over, we can have a little bit of fun with these just to see how some of this works. And we can also do a little bit more information on the type of device that's coming through, so we can include that on the email. Just again, so we can just add a little bit more settings to this, more contextual settings, a little bit more intelligence to this, and you can really start to see the power of what self-help can do for you, even just in this single workflow. All right, so what we have here on the send form, this is an action step. Action steps are not visible to end users. So the end user saw what they had selected, and then when they clicked next, it executed a send email, and that would have just simply dumped them out in the context of the published portal. They would have not gotten any kind of confirmation the email was sent or not sent based on this configuration. So what we can do is we can go ahead and add action steps, or I'm sorry, conditions essentially at the end of the send form to determine what message to give to the end user. So if we go to the send form, go ahead and right click, and you're going to insert a branch. And when you insert a branch on an action step, you get two different types of options. It's no longer just something you could just type in. You get one that's a conditional, and you get one that's a default. So what happens is, in this case, since we have two outcomes, that means when we have two options here, that means we're only looking at two possible outcomes. Now, if we look at our send form in the connector, we have a result and we have an error. So in the case of a positive email, we're going to have an email result. In the case of an error, email result would be blank. Or if you look at it differently, if it's a positive email, it went out successfully, email error would be blank. If there was an error, then email error will actually have a value to it. And that's what I prefer to use, is going to be email error. So my condition will be that if email error is blank, then it was positive. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and give an error message response. Okay? So in order to do this, go ahead, go to the condition step, or the condition option. Double-click the condition option, and you're going to go ahead and get some condition options here. So the very first one we're going to go ahead and work with is going to be this first line here. If you click on the little wizard here to the right in that very first cell, it gives you all the variables that are currently in the system. And as you see here, it looks at procedure variables. That's the very first one we're going to look at. We're going to select email error. You simply double click it, it adds email error into the text field. And we have different operators, equals, equals ignore case, different, greater than, less than, starts with, contains, etc. Okay. So in our case, we're looking at email error essentially is if it is null, it was positive, right? If it was empty, it's a positive email. And there's an is null value right here in the operator. So we're going to select is null. And that's all we need here. So based on that, we have a positive message. Let's go and add a step after that option. So right click on that option, let's select insert a step, and we're going to insert a page. Let's title this page Email Successful. And in the content, you could just simply type in some value, some kind of information that indicates the email was successful. So I'm just going to put in email successful. Got your email. Get back to you soon. I'll just go ahead and give a heading value up there. I can even make this text much larger if I wanted to. Okay. All right, so in the case of email error is null, that means it was successful. So we've got that. Now, if it's not null, then that means it's going to go out the default step. That's going to get its own step. Go ahead and insert a page on the default option. We're going to name this one email failed. And here we can have, so maybe a little bit of fun. Uh-oh. Looks like something went wrong. Email failed. And then below we can go and provide the error message. Error message, colon. And this is where we'd insert the expression and include the email error variable. Insert, and then it looks gear, insert expression. And again, you have the wizard option here as well. You can right click. You should be able to. Okay, control space gets it as well. You can either get your control space or you can click on the wizard. Either way gets you to where you want to be. In the search, it's very helpful. If I start typing in email, it starts filtering everything out. So I can find email error. That didn't go quite like I planned there. Try that again. Email error. There we go. And click finish. So what that would mean is, so I'm just going to bold this and not make a heading, but I am going to bold it and I'm going to make it big. And then the email message is going to include the error, whatever the error was. Okay. So if you test it at this point, you're going to get email successful because we know the email works. However, if we go to the email connector and change some of the verbiage in there, something that's going to affect the connector, in other words, no way to send, then we would get an email failed, and then it would show what the error message would be. So let's go ahead and now that we've got these two set, let's go and walk through one more time, go down through the form, send the form, and you should get an email successful. Okay, so mine was successful. Now, if I go back to my connector, if I make a modification to the connector in the send email portion, then I could go ahead and make it fail. So I think if I make the email address formatted incorrectly, I think that will force it to fail. Okay, so one more way. Oh, let's see. Actually, I think yeah, there we go. Okay, so this one failed. So mail preparation exception, could not prepare mail, nested exception, blah 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 blah. In other words, no. So in this case, no recipient specified. So it's giving me the error message. But if it was an immediate connection failure, this is what would come up. In other words, it can't communicate with the server, can't log in correctly, you've validated user and password, whatever the case may be. This wouldn't capture an issue where it like sent out and then got a denial of send later on. It wouldn't work out in that case. So this is a real-time capture that it's initiating the send, and if it's trying to send and can successfully connect, we're good. If it can't connect, then we're going to end up having an issue. And so that's where this error message would come in. Okay? So we could actually provide a way to respond dynamically in the case of a success or failure. You can only do those dynamic responses when you have an action step. The action steps allow you to do automated choices in those cases, and those are going to be based on programmatic responses, variable conditions, things like that. Any questions there? Oh, okay.
Yes, I got one question. Can you do like dynamic content depending on the right of the user? Like for certain internal user, you show the exact error message, and for the type of user, you just put a generic message, error message?
Technically, yes, that would be possible. In order to do that, it would be a series of conditions, probably that would have to be done. Let's use it using this case as an example, right? It's either successful or not successful. In the case of not successful, I wouldn't put my error message here. What I would do is do another action step, and then based on that, would add another branch, and that branch would then look at, for example, I've got options in here for the for the user information was execution context. So I drop down, execution context, and then if I keep going dot, I have some information around the user itself. I think there's something along groups, if I remember right. Yeah, groups. Okay, it would be an array. Okay, and that would have to contain some value. For example, we had agent, right?
Yeah.
So it would be like a contains value agent. So if it contains value agent, then I give the explicit error here. Otherwise, I give the dumbed down version over here.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and turn that back into a page here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take this a little bit further. As you notice, we have iPhone 8 and iPhone 11. They just stop, right? So as soon as they select one of those, it's like we don't support them. Well, we do. So we're going to figure out a way to do that. And not only that, we're also going to identify which one they took, which one they have, and we're going to be able to provide that in the form data and regurgitate that back. Not only do we know where they're going, when they're coming back, etc., we also know what phone they have. And we can send that along with the form as well, so that way whoever's receiving and provisioning knows what type of phone to contact the vendor about. So the easiest way to do that, we have these two end steps. There's some things we can go ahead and do with these end steps. We can turn them into what we call go-to actions, and then we can convert and then drag them to a marker. So there is a shortcut involved to do that. I'm going to show you what I'm going to show you the multi-step way, and then I'll show you the simple way. So the multi-step way is to turn this into a go-to action. And then the other option, what I have to do is insert a step and insert a marker. That puts a marker there, and then I drag and drop on top of the marker. Okay. So what that does is whenever somebody chooses iPhone 11, they go out this pathway, they get to the marker, and automatically go into check your connection settings. So now the iPhone 11 has a pathway. That's the multi-step way. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the marker. I'm going to go ahead and return this back to a end action, or to an end. And the simple way, we've been doing a lot of this lately, drag and drop. I'm going to take the end and drag it down in between iPhone 12 and check your connections. And if you can see it, there's a little ghost marker that's showing up in the background with a red arrow. When I drag and drop, automatically turns that into an end action and puts the marker there for me. That just saved me a few clicks. And I can do the same thing with the iPhone 8. I just drag it right on top of the same marker. I don't even have to create a different one. Just drag it right on top. So now all of these all go through the same marker, which means no matter what I have, whether it's an iPhone 8, iPhone 11, or iPhone 12, I now get to the check your connection screen going forward. Okay, it's no longer an endpoint. All right, that's one piece. Go ahead and do that now. Let's go ahead and get that set up, and then we'll do the next step together here. That's to do some things with a variable option. So just go ahead and take your two endpoints, drag them down to create a marker, and that will create the flow for all three of those to go out the same pathway. Let me know when you get that done.
It's done.
Okay. It's pretty easy. All right. Okay. The next thing I want to do is capture what option they chose. The way I do that is through something called a variable. I can create a variable and then target that variable to a step and set its value. Okay. So in order to make this work, what we need to do is go ahead and go to the library first. Let's go there. Let's go to the library, expand that, go ahead and select project variables, and right click and select new, and then variable. When the screen comes up, we're just going to set a name. We're going to call the name phone type. When you do variables, upper and lower case, however you type it is important. So unlike Service Manager, for example, where it's case insensitive, self-help is case sensitive. So if you type an uppercase versus lowercase, it's two different values. All right, so it does interpret that. So we want to make sure that you be consistent on the way that you're putting in information. In this case, I'm just using capital P, capital T for phone type. I'm leaving it as text, and I'm not providing any value to it whatsoever. Go ahead and simply click Finish. What that does is it creates a new variable for us to use. So we can use phone type, and we can set it as any value we want. We can set it as iPhone 8, iPhone 11, or iPhone 12. Now, the tricky part is we have three different options. How in the world do we get the variable to be the right value on any given situation? So, one option is you can set a variable here. Variables are set through this macro tab. Okay, this is one I'm going to show you why this is going to be a bad idea, but you could essentially set the macro here. Or the variable here. So essentially what that means is I take the phone type, I'll just drag and drop it, and then becomes equals whatever value. So maybe iPhone 12, right? So that means when it passes through this marker, the variable is going to set as iPhone 12. Well, that's great if I selected iPhone 12, but if I selected iPhone 8, what's going to happen? iPhone 8 goes from here right down to this marker, and it's going to get overwritten. So even if I set a macro here for iPhone 8 on phone type, it's iPhone 8 when it gets here and switches over to iPhone 12 as soon as it gets here. So no matter what, it's always going to be iPhone 12 in this case. So using this marker is a bad idea because it's a common endpoint that all three of these options go through. I can't do that. So I have to select endpoints where each one is certainly going to be unique. Now, iPhone 8 and 11 are easy to do. We can set endpoints on those or set the macro on each of those. So if they select iPhone 8 coming out through this point, it's going to be an iPhone 8. Fine. If they come out through iPhone 11 through this point, again, we can set phone type iPhone 11. Fine. No big deal. Now, what do we do on iPhone 12? I can't set anything in the marker. I don't want to set anything after that because it's going to be overwritten. So I have to do something before. You can't set macros on the options themselves. So we have to go somewhere before, which means I can either set it on the device point, the device starting point. I have a macro here, and I can set this as iPhone 12 for the phone type, which means as soon as your device loads, it's iPhone 12. That's what we expect. That's the default. That works. Because as soon as they go to 8, what's going to happen? It's going to get overwritten. It's going to get overwritten to iPhone 8. Perfect. If they choose iPhone 11, again, it's going to get overwritten to iPhone 11. It's perfect too. And if they go down the iPhone 12 path, guess what happens? It doesn't change. Perfect. Now I have a way to account for all three options. So let's go ahead and set those options. So on your device, go to the macro tab. You can either type or drag and drop. Take the phone type. You can either type it out or drag and drop. If you type it out, make sure it is case sensitively correct. And that's equals, in quotes, iPhone 12. So that's what's going to automatically be on your device. just to make things a little easier, copy and paste that macro under iPhone 8. The action item for iPhone 8, go to the macro tab for that guy and just paste it in. And you're going to change that from a 12 to an 8. Same thing on 11. Paste it in, change that 12 to 11. Okay. Any questions on that?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So just to recap, we're setting the value initially here at load. It's going to be iPhone 12. So if they don't select an 8 or an 11, it's still 12. If they select an 8 or an 11, it's automatically overridden, which is exactly what I want. Now, where to regurgitate this stuff at? When we get down to this form data, we go down to form data and we have the content on form data. I'll switch over to the content tab there. We know their country of travel. We know their date of departure. We know their date of return. Now we know their phone type too. So we can add into this list phone type. And you can either insert an expression or you can take from your Explorer and drag and drop it in. So whatever phone type becomes, it's going to display as that value. Same thing in the send form step. So now we know everything we need to know. We know the procedure that was used, and now we know the phone type. Just drag and drop it. Okay. Now you could even get even more specific. So check your connection settings, right? So disable airplane if you're currently enabled. Did this resolve your issue on your iPhone 8, iPhone 11, iPhone 12? So you can even get more contextual in this. It's showing that we know what type of device you have. We're trying to help you, and we know what type of device you have because of the pathway you took. So again, you're making it more contextual for the end user, and that makes it more attractive to them because now they think everything's tailored to their usage, and that makes it more attractive as an end user. So this is a way to just drive user adoption. It may seem tedious, but it's a way to drive user adoption. They like it. All right, let's go ahead and give this a test run. Go ahead and get down to your form data and see if it's working. In fact, even better, let's go ahead and actually update the check your connection. So it says check your connection, and we're going to add to this on your, and then drag in the phone type variable. So what I expect to see is check your connection on your whatever phone type they have. Let's see if that works. Double click and launch it. So right now, I'll show, before I even go anywhere, when you are in test mode, you have a show debug window out here. This is really helpful, in this, especially in this kind of situation. Remember on this step, right? iPhone 12 was already set. How do I know that? Can I verify that? If I go to show debug window, there is information down here at the very bottom. It has, there's all the execution context stuff. This is all the built-in stuff of what their values are. It also has my form. So right now, as you can see, all the values are empty because we haven't asked anything yet. And also phone type. Phone type has already been triggered and already has a value. And that's because we set it at this page. So as soon as I go to iPhone 8, it went through and changed it, and now look. And if I go back to my show debug window on this step, we can see phone type has now been changed and overwritten to iPhone 8. It is no longer iPhone 12, and that's because the macro got overridden by using the macro settings on the subsequent steps. Yep. So this is real easy ways just to make users happy because they think it's all about them, and that's what they love.
I have
Any-
one question.
Yeah.
Well, two. I have two questions. The footer, please contact AZVista.
Uh-huh.
Do you put on every page manually? Because I don't have.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. It was a
And
drag and drop. Mhm.
you drag it up on all the page. Okay. And can you customize screenshot related to the phone type?
What do you mean customize?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if we want to have if the screenshot is different on all the phone.
Yes. Yes, you can. In fact, so yes, there's a feature called condition of visibility. We're going to learn about this one tomorrow. So we're gonna do it with forms tomorrow. But there is an availability that you can do condition of visibility.
Okay.
And so just to kind of give you an idea, you'd have to have multiple pictures on the same editor. So it's going to have a lot of pictures in the editor, but only one will be visible. And in doing so, there is an option on here. This little, let's see, where is it? I thought it was on here. There it is. So there's next to the eye, there is an eye with a slash through it, an eyeball with a slash through it. So on the condition of visibility, you can set whether or not iPhone, whether the phone type, for example, equals iPhone 8, and another picture, phone type equals iPhone 12. And
Okay,
therefore,
cool.
your pictures would show up different based on the option selected. So just to give you a quick example there. Come on, typing or not? Okay. Try that again. Project variables. There we go. So phone type equals, for example, iPhone 12. And then if I added in another picture, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll do this guy. Let's drag it in over here to the right. And this one, same thing. Phone type equals, in this case, would be iPhone 8. Make sure that's set properly. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So when I run this, if I select iPhone 8, I'm going to get just the picture of the iPhone. If I do iPhone 12, I'm going to get the settings screen. So if I select iPhone 8, I get just the iPhone 8 screen. If I go back and select iPhone 12, then I get, I don't know why that shouldn't be showing. I'll double check that. But anyway, yeah, I should be getting that. I shouldn't be getting this. And then if I select iPhone 11, yeah, there's something wrong with that. It missed something there. Lost its condition of visibility setting. Try that again. I don't know why that's not showing. That shouldn't be visible at all at this point. I'm not sure why that's not working, but
Okay, but
at any rate. So yeah, it should. Maybe I've got something messed up there, but nonetheless, I mean, it should be only showing in the case of iPhone 12. Yeah, so that's all messed up now. But yeah, it should be showing the right information. For whatever reason, it's not. But condition of visibility is what you're asking for.
okay, thank you.
Okay. That way. Okay, and I'll go and remove the condition of visibility on this guy. Okay, here we go. All right, so as you can see, there's different things we can do, especially with the macro settings. We're going to see some more things to do with variables. One thing we can go ahead and do real quick, because we're going to be calling out first and last name later, we can go ahead and create a variable, a single name variable for first name and last name of the logged on employee. Go ahead and go up to Project Variables. Go ahead and select New and Variable. And in this case, let's go ahead and type in employee name. And we're going to change the values from simple to expression. Now it's going to have quote marks here. We're going to delete the quote marks. We don't need that. What we're going to do is we're going to type out the expression, or you can copy and paste from your guide if it's quickly available. Here we go. So I'm under the under page 68, and it has the execution context, user first name, user last name. We can copy that, paste that into the expression field. Probably go ahead and retype those two just to be on the safe side. And what this will do, whenever I call out the employee name variable, it will automatically give me the first and last name of the employee, the user essentially. So just to show you that a little bit, I'm just going to add that to the bottom of my footer. I can drag and drop, or I can simply insert my expression. Insert expression. And in the picker, I can pick under my wizard. Employee name, I thought. Oh, yeah, capital. In there? Not coming up for some reason. I don't know why these are not searching now all of a sudden. But it is in there, but it's not in there. How strange. Okay. Well, I'll just drag and drop it then. There we go. Let's just drag and drop it. I'm not sure why that's not coming through. Just save that. And when I execute it, when I get to check your connection settings, I should have my user's first and last name, which I think is just considered as expert. There it is right there. So that worked. So now when we get to the point tomorrow, when we start going through and it's asking for username, for first and last name, you can now utilize that employee name variable instead of typing the whole thing out. So we did the hard work up front and just saved it as a friendly name variable.
Hey, Brian, I have a question.
Yeah.
So when you're creating a variable, can you just assign it a default value to start with?
Of course.
So in the example of the phones, we could have set a default value in the variable to say iPhone 12, and then of course change that value either if it was an iPhone 8 or an iPhone 11 where we did. Is that another way of doing that?
Yep. So if you ever want to do that, so right now we did not set it, right? So to go back and edit a variable, you simply right click on that variable and select update. And that brings up the variable screen. So in this case, the simple format would simply be iPhone 12. When you click finish, you'll see that it adds in automatically now in text iPhone 12 against that variable. So that's the default value. So therefore, the one that we have on your device, correct, it would go away. It wouldn't be needed anymore. And then we simply rely on these two to fill in the gaps for when it's not an iPhone 12.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, you can always set any variable to any default value that you want, but it depends upon where you intend on using it and how you intend on using it. You know, phone type is pretty broad. I could use it on all kinds of different things. It doesn't have to be iPhone specific. So I can use it on all kinds of things, and therefore I may not want to set a default value on it, and that may actually cause me more issues if I do. So by leaving it blank, it just allows it to be more globally used. That's all.
Right. I was just asking the question. I wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we are wrapping up quite early today. So you have an extra hour basically back to your day. So tomorrow we'll be going through some additional exercises. We'll be going through some more on some different types of printers. One of the things we're going to be going through, I'll go through these here in just a moment, is going to be a way to set up a mobile hotspot. And this one's kind of fun. And this one you can actually play with it through the browser emulation that's on the VM. So we can actually test in a different way in order to determine how to set up a phone hotspot if you're actually launching from an iPhone, if you're launching from an Android, or you're launching from anything else. So we can actually put someone down the right path just based on the device they're launching the topic from. So it provides some pretty fun values there. So again, it's more about the contextuality at that point. We're tailoring it for the user. So we'll be going through that. Another one we'll be getting through is going to be some Excel options, actually learning how to use the Excel connector. This guy, that's more email. Okay, so we're going to get into some more form creations, and we'll actually be doing some conditions of visibility on forms. We'll actually even get into Excel, using an Excel spreadsheet that has a formula in it to return back the variable that the formula calculates. So that'll be one of the last exercises we end up doing tomorrow. But these are all pretty fun. They kind of, they get a little bit more challenging as we keep moving through. But that's about all I've got for you for now. Just a couple of recap items here that we have on the last page of the day. Here we go. So here, yeah. So just some information, some things you might want to take advantage of or just pay attention to as we go through. We recommend to add descriptions to each procedure to assist in searches and also user understanding of the content. So we added one to our printer exercise, right? So it showed how to replace the toner, learn how to replace the toner on a Brother 6200 or a Canon 5850. Just that alone provides enough description to the user of what this is all about, and even provides searchable content. You can add a tag value to allow a procedure to be part of a tag value in the virtual agent. We haven't gotten to the virtual agent. I'm thinking at the end of tomorrow we should have a little bit of time to touch on it, and I'll show you what the tag values do for us. Using dialogue-friendly procedures for different topics or different knowledge flows that we'll be working on. That shows whether or not it can be viewed in the virtual agent chat in line or whether it pops out. Again, that's some stuff we haven't seen yet. You can get familiar with keyboard shortcuts. It might make design go a little bit quicker for you. We recommend to keep step names short and meaningful. Don't make huge long sentences out of the step name types or the step names themselves, because it's going to make it more difficult, especially reviewing analytical data. The question comes up for how long do I make a procedure? How many steps do I need to put into it? Well, that's purely subjective. It's a matter of the content that you have and how you want to present it to the end user. Some very simplified content might need to be broken up. Sometimes it doesn't need to be. Difficult content always needs to be broken up, depending on how much broken up really depends upon how much information you want to present to the user and how much scrolling you want them to do per page. Let's see, just so you know, creating an admin user does not give access to permission to all objects. We showed that we could create a writer without giving access to everybody or everything. You can actually give them limited rights and then identify which ones they can give access to. So you may see a little play button icon next to some of these procedures, like that guy right there. What that indicates is that it's end user accessible. So if I don't want this procedure to be end user accessible, I can simply right click on it and forbid launch by users. All that means is the checkbox gets unchecked when I go through the publishing wizard. So if I were to test this procedure again, I'm going to get prompted. Can't run because this is not an entry point. So when you say yes, entry point, it adds that little play button out there, indicating that this is a user accessible entry point of a procedure. But you have to have that temporarily just to test it and make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. If it's displayed content, if you want to make sure that it's displaying properly, things like that. So create clickable areas and images using a paint can. Oh, that's old. The crosshairs for the whole image, rectangles or circles for dedicated selection areas. We actually had a customer that was deploying new phones. They were getting a whole new voice over IP system. They got new phones with it and everything. They were pulling out their old system, putting in the new system. And so there was a lot of new features on the new phones. And so what they did is they created a self-help guide for the new phones. And what they did is they placed a picture of the phone, an image of the phone as it sat on the desk, and then created clickable image points on the major items of the phone, such as the voicemail areas or the hot button areas, or quick dial and conference calls and things like that. And then for each one of those, they created a different procedure and essentially created an interactive guide for the phone. All they had to do was hover over and go click the area that they wanted to learn about, and then that will provide the detail that they wanted to know about for that particular use of the phone. So those image click points are pretty powerful. You can use tables to create a little bit more elegant appearance of images and text. However, there are some drawbacks to it. When you use tables, it takes away some of the mobility aspect of some of these self-help topics. So I'll spend a little bit of time, a little bit more time tomorrow showing a little bit more about layouts, and we'll show some more about layouts there. Then create a folder structure that's going to help create your menus in the when you're inside, for example, going to the home page. Your folder structure, you want to make sure that you're getting some information out there correctly the way you want it to display. That's what I mean by menus. Just folder structures to help support your menus. You can drag and drop images and objects to the respective locations into the resources folder, and you can even drag and drop items from the Explorer into your content. So as you're designing and building, as you recall, we can drag out pictures, we can drag out variables, we can drag out portions of questionnaires or forms, we can drag out the entire form. So you don't have to always enter an expression. You can simply drag and drop objects into place, and it'll build what it needs to build in the background for you. If you need to search within the project, make sure to re-index that project so that way it gives you a full text search within the project itself. And this is in the editor mode. And then, of course, take advantage of sub-procedures to recycle the same content, linking the user to common content. Creating a ticket, for example, or having a form dedicated to creating a ticket and then launching into creating the ticket itself. So there's different things we can do to help facilitate that so you don't have to keep drawing it out the same way over and over and over again. All right, and that's what I have for you today. Any last-minute follow-up questions for anything you've seen today?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, I will let you have your afternoon back, and we'll talk tomorrow same time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Yep. Have a great day. Bye.